right. Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about music, HBCU band, HBCU, music education, and more. Man, I already see people in here. Yeah, you are the first one, Jared. Congratulations. All right, let me go ahead and introduce the panel. All right, on my right, we got Quan.
What's up,
and
brothers?
then to the right of him, we got Rick.
Man, I've been watching BMF, so what up, though?
What up, though? All right. Cool, man. It's great to see everybody. Just make sure that as soon as you come in, you go ahead and click that like button. Don't wait. Just go ahead and click the like button. Also, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. All right. Cool. Rick got the fresh edge, daddy. Yes. And then Quan got the notorious B.I.G. on him. Respect.
It was all a dream.
Hey, man, don't get us in here, though. Don't get us in here going. All right, man. So let's get some updates, man. Any information? Anybody watch anything great this past weekend? Any bands, anything like that? I know for me it's been rough, man. So I can tell you right now, I don't think I caught anything. No, let me stop lying. I did catch one thing. The one thing that I caught was what's Alcorn's girls' names? I can't remember.
Golden
Girls? No, that's Miles, ain't it? Stingettes. I caught the Stingettes.
It's Alabama State.
Did I say Alcorn?
Yeah.
My bad. I meant Alabama. My fault. See, man, I'm all off today. But I meant Alabama State. I just caught them. That was it. I like the Stingettes. I just like watching them march out. There's a certain thing that they got that I just like watching them march in and march out. After that, I don't care about what they do in the stands. So that's pretty basically all that I watched. Anybody else watch anything this week?
Yeah, we watched some. Yeah, but that ain't what you asked. You ain't asked if we watched something. You said if we watched something good.
Oh,
and the answer to that question is no. I ain't watched nothing good this week.
Okay, well, what did you watch this week?
Well, y'all, a lot of people know that I've been really feeling Alabama State this year, man. But I saw a clip of them playing "You Can't Stop the Rain" by Shaq, and it sounded like it was going back in that old direction, man. I don't know, man. I just wasn't feeling it. So that was one of those things. Today, I saw that FAM did their recording in the band room. Like they posted, they did a live stream on Facebook with them doing a recording from the band room, and it was okay. It wasn't like swashbucklingly great, but it was cool. And then that man, here we go. You already know, Quan. I'm probably gonna get the comments in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do we have any musical integrity anymore, man? Like, I watched that Bayou Classic, man, and it was pitiful. It was horrible, y'all.
Bro, I completely forgot the Bayou was this past weekend. That's how unentertained I was from watching the Bayou.
That's why you watched that mess from your mind.
I think for me, being a New Orleanian and a native of Louisiana, I wasn't excited. Like when I was listening to it, I was like, y'all, when Martin coming on? like real talk. Like I wasn't excited. I kind of feel old because a lot of the songs, I don't know. I did go back, to listen to the Adele, and I was like, I just wasn't excited. You know what I'm saying? Like overall, I just look at it like, hey, great year, great season, bless God. Everybody's safe. But when I like, I'm accustomed to like a real battle. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just wasn't exciting to me.
But Quan, here's my thing, bro. Is it ever a real battle? Like, come on, man. Like, I guess I'm the only person that's gonna be real here. Grandma was awful. They were awful. Like, just intonation issues. Every song, everywhere, overplaying galore, drummers falling out the stands.
The one that got hit. The one that got hit.
The tenor drum, that man took himself all the way off that thing, man. I'm like, it was just a horrible display, man. And it worries me because this is the representation we get from our programs.
Mhm.
Southern, I know everybody's just going to go and gas. Southern, I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. Y'all are the kings of them rap daddies. Y'all hit them rap daddies, and y'all shine. Anything other than them rap daddies, y'all can have that back. I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to hear none of that. And then I think I've been ruined by that Young and the Restless from Fam, because any ballad that doesn't have good timbre and doesn't have good balance and blend and intonation, don't want to hear it. Sorry. I don't care what band it is. Fam has set the standard for ballads this year. And I know everybody, I'm a hater and all this. It didn't sound good. And y'all
But
need
fam,
to lie to yourself.
but fam sets the standard for ballads. Period.
I
Like we,
disagree.
I mean, so again, I'm gonna use your example. You say pre-Robert Champion. So
Yeah.
let's go with that. You go
Now,
pre-Robert. So if you go pre-Robert Champion, being honest, there's nobody touching them on ballads. So that's number one. Now, if you go,
I'll get back to it.
I earnestly disagree with that. But go ahead. You got it.
but if you go post, I think they just had to catch up and reestablish themselves. That's in my opinion. But pre-Robert Champion, man, ain't nobody really was messing with them on ballads, bro. And honestly, if you argue that, I'll say this: they were more seen.
Now that I'll give you. Post Robert Champion, Bethune has set the standard for ballads. Pre Robert Champion, Norfolk State was in that battle, bro. Half Crazy, Love, I Love You, If Only You Knew, had it like it was, man. Norfolk was in that battle, bro.
That's why I disagree. But then I agree with what you said as far as
they were the most
seen. I can agree with that. I can agree with that part.
I mean, any battle, real talk during that time, like, and they're in the South. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to travel, to Louisiana and Texas, faster than the VA. Right. That's my opinion. But
and they were also known for playing the bigger schools too. They were known for playing Southern. So
But how, I really pose that question, y'all, to us as a community. What type of standards do we have? What type of standards do we have where we can hear a band clearly play out of tune, clearly play with poor attacks and releases, and justify it because it's the band we support? And this ain't just for the Kings, this is for any band. Mm-hmm. Any band that you support, you will justify that and say that the other band is bad. Then you'll hear something that is excellent and give it and say, "Oh, I don't mess with it because they ain't bringing it or it ain't exciting." Like, it's just astounding to me. Because it was some moments I was like, that is god awful. What's that song that starts with Beethoven? I mean, what is it? Yeah.
What is that?
Isn't it a rap song or something like that?
It was A Woman's Worth, I believe.
Oh yeah, Woman's Worth. Woman's Worth. Not good. Sorry.
So let me kind of. So first of all, I don't disagree with you, Rick. But let me also say this: that battle.
Can we please stop calling it a battle?
It's not. But I mean that unfortunately or fortunately, whoever is looking at it, that's the name of it. So I mean,
I call it
Bayou Classic Battle of the Band. So I mean that's just what it's called. But I'm gonna say this. One, I agree. Grambling did not sound good. And also when it comes to Grambling and how they sound, I really think that they were trying to overcompensate.
Yeah.
I really think that they were just trying to, instead of being Grambling, whatever that looks like or sounds like, they were trying to match the 442 baritones / euphoniums that Southern had, where they're 3. Now they didn't have 3. I'm over exaggerating, but you get my point. They were really trying to overcompensate for whatever it is they had going on, and it just sounded bad. I think the other half of that is too, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think the Bayou is even exciting anymore because now we have other avenues to look at band or to look at quote unquote that style of band. We can wait till the summer and see the ignorance that we want to. Whereas we always knew that the Bayou in most cases was a more controlled situation. Even though it's set up like it's not a controlled situation, the Bayou has now lost its luster based on all of the other things that have taken place. Even something like the National Battle of the Bands now, because even in the National Battle of the Bands, you're getting the stands tunes, plus you're also getting an actual field show. So you're getting a little bit um, more entertainment out of that than just the quote unquote structured version. To me, that's like gym battles now. I think We Were the Kings of gym battle, but not anymore because it's not even exciting anymore. It's just like me, just another battle. So that's just my perception.
But that ties directly into what I was saying a couple shows ago. We as a culture, there is no innovation. We do the same things over and over again and expect people to still dump thousands of dollars, millions of dollars into what we do. There is no innovation. That's why I like A&T. A&T, has some moments where, we all, like all bands, every single band in this country has some moments. But the one thing I can say about A&T and what they trying to do is that they are always trying to push the envelope of innovation. They're one of the only bands I see that from. So kudos to, Professor Ruff and Gary and those guys. Like, they doing great work, man. But when you look outside of A&T, when you look outside of, I'll put Southern in that category. I've seen them do some things that are off the beaten path. But when other than those groups, what other groups are really spurring innovation in what we do? So I think people are tired and bored. It's boring. It's boring hearing people yell the whole time, and that's what I equate all this rude baritone playing, and like every song has to have a high B flat or C or something in the baritone, even if it's not in the original. You got to put it in there because it's loud. Like it's boring. It's just so boring, and I question people's integrity to like just do the same thing because you're gonna get a ooh from the crowd. Like, I'm good.
I don't disagree with you, and I think the final thing that I'm gonna say is I really get frustrated as it relates to listening to programs try to play with characteristic sound but don't know how to do it correctly. I get frustrated when I hear people who are trying to play with a piano and their version of piano is a terrace dynamics with people backing off on good air and playing with this extra high tongue or closed teeth or something like that. And then it has this scratchy, it's like this scratchy sound that's horribly out of tune. People not coming in on time, like all those things, and then all of a sudden, when you get to the fortissimo, everybody in there, and I'm like, I guess, I mean, if that's what floats your boat, I think for me, that's personally what bothers me. But hey, what do I know, man?
We hate it, dog. We don't know what we talking about. This music education, dog. Hey, that don't apply to show style man. That only apply when y'all playing that other stuff in concert. This ain't concert band.
That's that concert mess. So what did they used to call it before it became the MEAC? Was it the white mess?
Exactly.
That's that white mess. Yeah. What up, Mario? What up, bro?
Man, what up, though, man? Sorry, man. We got parent conference tomorrow, man. So I had to get a couple more grades in, man. I was still over at the building getting the work in, so I had to come in a little later. But it's good to see y'all, fella, man.
Yeah, man.
Same here, bro.
Hey,
Where am I at, man?
We got progress. You said what?
Boo Boo Kitty says she taking the night off.
Oh, I hear that.
We're gonna have to deduct her. You're gonna get that deduction. She gonna take it off.
Right.
We're gonna have to deduct something from the pay. Deduction.
Off the top.
Hey, Mario, you usually have a little more optimistic view. What was your take on that Bayou Classic, bro?
I'm tired, bro.
Yeah.
So I really agree. I mean, like, because that I do try to see it from the perspective of like this kind of subculture, you know what I mean? because band is a general that's a general culture, but like HBCU band is like this subculture. And within the subculture, there's so many disagreements what's good and what's not good, and then, like, just for the sake of it's just what we've been used to. You know what I mean? I think that's very some deep rooted stuff in our and I think in our general culture, but that's neither here nor there. But I think as far as to the battle, and Southern Southern is gonna Southern, and everybody else is gonna try to that sounds any close to them is gonna try to sound like them. You know what I mean? If they sound like Bethune is not gonna do the Southern thing. Fam isn't. Well, I didn't think so at first, but you know, for the most part, everybody there's certain bands that will be who they are, but then there's bands that are close, fringe bands that kind of like have a southernish type of approach to music. Talladegas, the Jacksons, the Alcorns, the shit, everybody else. That's it. Like, you know what I mean? With that type of style of play, and I feel like they get into those arenas with Southern and you know, they lose themselves. But I don't think they lose themselves because I don't think they ever really found themselves. So
But you know what's crazy though, Mario? You like the bands that are adjacent to them, right? But
yeah,
when Bethune and Fam joined the SWAC, I just knew that there was going to be this divide in the SWAC. I just knew, and like y'all tell me if like maybe y'all thought it or maybe not, but I thought on one side you was going to have Fam, Bethune, Prairie View, UAPB, and Alabama A&M, and sometimes even Jackson. Man, like I think Jackson has been able to play both sides of that, you know, of that fence, and then everybody else on the other side. But that I don't know if that's happening, man. I think
it'll be interesting to see, man, how the development of Fam in this environment. I think Fam is already to me outshining Bethune in the SWAC. Fam to me has more show energy than Bethune. And they also didn't have as many bloopers this year. I see Bethune with bloopers, man. Like they all falling down and dropping maces and stuff that seemed very uncharacteristic.
I haven't seen them at all this year.
I haven't really seen Bethune either.
I saw 2 clips of them. I think I don't know who they were against. So I mean, obviously I saw them in Houston. You know, I saw them in Houston. It was like the same band that you always see. You know what I'm saying? I feel like because Fam was away from themselves, the general version that you know they were still building up. Like I think Quan said this before. Fam was still a good band, but they didn't have the numbers until like the last couple of years. They started to build the numbers back up. And I think with a band like Fam to be as effective as its, I won't say Genesis because in its Genesis it wasn't 400 people, but in the heyday that everybody remembers in the 80s and 90s of Fam being like super dominant with the type of music that they played and the way that they approach music, them getting back to that big size, they're able to do more with the type of musicians and the players and the type of approach to music that they have. I just don't want them to lose themselves in the SWAC. Continue to be Fam.
But you know what's crazy though, Mario? I was listening because Fam did a live stream today, and like you said, they sound like Fam to me. You know, like, I think it's really coming back. But one thing like that popped into my mind, I was listening, man, and it really shocked me and scared me a little, actually. Like the third chart they played was second chart they played was that Bruno Mars song, "Leave the Door Open," and it was arranged. It was arranged by Lindsey Sargent, and I was sitting there listening, and the only thing I kept thinking was, in the normal band community now, people would say this arrangement sucks, and this is from the master, one of the masters of our art. People would say that arrangement sucks, and that's
It did.
Yeah. Oh, they did say it sucked?
Yeah, like when they played it like early in the year, people were saying things like they should have left the door closed and different things like that.
Oh, that's the one they played against Jackson, right?
Right, yeah, that's the same one.
Yeah.
See that, man, that bothers me, man. Like we got one of our master arrangers, like one of the masters of our art form, y'all, in HBCU band composed that. And in this day and age, something that they would have been singing, you know, in the, like you said, in the late 90s, early 2000s, now sucks to the ears of this generation.
But I'm gonna tell you why, though. I hate to say it like this, but with our community, we don't appreciate something until it's gone. Think about like the rapper that just passed away, Young Dolph. Like I've been a fan of him, but now all of a sudden he's gained a whole new fan base because of his unfortunate and untimed demise. Like we don't appreciate the water until the wells run dry when it comes to GOATs. You know what I'm saying? Like it's no different than LeBron James right now. People critiquing and comparing him against Jordan, but you know what I'm saying? Kobe didn't get that type of clout and pop and circumstance until he passed. And it's always the reflective aspect, you know, when it comes to our community. You know, Mr. Sargent is a GOAT, bro. I mean, the same guy that wrote Total Praise and B flat, you know, FAMU warm up and so forth and so on. The dude is a GOAT. But honestly, I'm gonna just say it flat out. We be on some ignorant shit all the time, and we are the minority when it comes to the music educators. It's easy to blow the rap daddies. It's hard to arrange that. Honestly, and once this, you know, God calls this man home, we're going to be studying his scores to figure out how did he do what he did. But to just a band head, as we discussed in last show, they're not going to appreciate it. But to a real musician, we're going to be studying the scores to reduplicate some of these things.
I mean, because
you know what's interesting. You know what's interesting? Something you just said. You said to a band head, and I'm thinking in my head, like, when did the band heads become not the non-musicians? Like, I remember, like, I mean, I know when I first got introduced to marching band, I wasn't always in the marching band. I did concert band stuff growing up. My first introduction to marching band, I think I heard the first swag band I heard was Alcorn. It was when they played Out on the Limb. This is 95, 96. Yeah, I was like, that was the first thing I heard. Them, and then I heard what's that joint? Lovely Thing. Southern. So that's my first. That's my first. Yeah, that's my joint. That's what I remember, right? Going crazy on them F sharp. I love 2 and 3. Anyway, so remembering that, I just don't remember like when, if you weren't a musician, to me, it was like that subculture was dominated by people who played instruments, not people who didn't play instruments. And I feel like once I start getting the TV shows and the movies and whatever else is going on, now you got a whole new group of people who are introduced. And I love it that they're introduced, but we shouldn't let people who are introduced to something become the narrators of our culture. Like, you know what I mean? And I know we had that conversation. I'm not trying to dive too far into that, but to me, that's where the problem is. You just mentioned band heads. Like, band head, I can't imagine a person band head without knowing band or knowing music. Like, I mean, what, you're just an admirer to me. That's different than being a band head, because I understand nuance. You know what I'm saying? If you listen to a band, you understand nuance. You can hear a band and say, oh yeah, this band is doing this. I can understand how they're doing. You know what I mean? You don't have to be like Dr. Brown and like that, Rick, man. You don't have to be like knowing all the extra intricate details of voicing and all this stuff, but you do hear differences within bands and understand the nuances. You can understand when, if you are a novice, you don't know when somebody's mellophone section is really not up to par. You know what I mean? But as a band head, you like, okay, yeah, they struggling holding that alto voice together. You can really hear the differences in the band. And then in 95, they did this. And in 98, you can tell the mellophones are doing da-da-da. You know what I mean? Southern, when played Gangsta B back in, was that 98? That 98 year or 99? Or Millionaire Dreams. My whole high school band kind of like mocked that. You know what I mean? Because that was what we were, kind of looking towards. But that was band heads to me. So I'm just interested to see how that evolution is going to go. And you can love the Spurs, you can love the Showtime Lakers, and you can love an N1 mixtape. And that's how I look at band. That's how I look at band. Like, I can dig a rap day, I can dig a ballad, I can also dig, like a kill and drill tune, like some Norfolk type stuff. I can enjoy multiple things. I'm not like simple like that. I can't have, you know what I mean? So I don't know. That's just me though.
To end this real quick, but I think it's
final thought.
Yeah, but I think it's two things. I think number one, social media. I think the opinions of people are the loudest ones. So that's number one. And then number two, the music just was different. Like like the music was different. Like some of the thing about it, like you said, Gangsta B and those rap tunes, even though there was rap tunes, but Southern still was playing Getaway. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
it's a difference because they still was
Right.
playing EWF. They still was playing Before I Let Go. Like I'll never forget my
It wasn't a
favorite
full
Southern band.
quarter with all rap songs.
Right. So I think the
Right.
difference, like I remember when Cold Hearted Snake was popping in '95, and I heard it in person. I mean, that '95 Southern, honestly, will be my favorite Southern of all time.
Yes, sir.
I mean, when they and it, you even around the state of Louisiana, you knew, say, bro, I'm trying to be in Southern band. It's only a certain amount of numbers, so it's the best of the best. Like, just was a different band, bro. So it's just a different era, bro. It's just a different era where everything is rap tune, everything is programmed, and that's what we have.
Yeah.
All right. I'm glad we got all of our information out early because it's time to go in. We got some topics. My bad. I submitted y'all. I realized I didn't put it in the email. My
Yeah,
bad.
but I was looking for the questions though.
My bad. So y'all really about to be cut off guard with this one. But let's go ahead and do it the right way. First of all, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. Please make sure that as soon as you come in, hit the like button, man. Let's get these likes up. Go ahead and click that like button. It don't take long, and it's free to click a like button. Also, please make sure you go over to the YouTube. If you're watching us on Facebook, go over to the YouTube, subscribe to the channel, and click the bell so you can get those notifications. All right, let's get it started. All right, let's start off with the first topic. Actually, I think this will kind of go right into what we're talking about. And all of us educators on here, this is something I was thinking about earlier this year, or not this year, but earlier this week, and actually a little bit during the Thanksgiving week. So here we go. Are we overthinking or taking a Eurocentric approach to teaching our kids? I'll ask the question again. Are we overthinking or taking a Eurocentric approach to teaching our kids? Now, let me kind of give you just a little bit of context. It was this one school that I was teaching at, and it was a lot of us. It was a lot of chocolate folk in the school. It was a predominantly black school. And while I was teaching, or I was having the conversation about my teaching styles and what I prefer to do, one of the assistant principals said, "Well, I know it can be a little frustrating, but you got to meet them where they are." And blah 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 blah. It was a long conversation with that. And I don't know. I kind of felt like I have two different versions of that context of meet them where they are. But I know that there are a lot of times when we have conversations amongst ourselves and amongst other peers, and I just was randomly thinking one day, is this a Eurocentric approach, or are we overthinking the way that we approach, especially our band kids or our music kids? So that's the question. Are we overthinking or taking a Eurocentric approach to teaching our kids? All right. Rick.
First of all, no. Like, why does everything have to be divided by race when it comes to what this group does and what that group does? Like, I mean, let's just be real. So, first and foremost, the question you said was prefaced with these students. You got to meet them where they are. To me, when I hear something like that, that just means that these students aren't going to be able to play John Mackey this year at Wine Dark Sea. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they can't play Foundry or they can't play, This Cruel Moon by John Mackey. Like having a level of expectation, which still gives you the opportunity to have high standards. Like y'all know me. I just get so frustrated when we automatically assume that a group can't do something because of whether it's socioeconomic or whether it's historical perspective or whatever, man. Like a teacher with high expectations and a plan can make any band be successful. And I wanted to panel like what all of y'all, matter of fact, I realized one of y'all are doing. You know, I brought up Mario's band last week. Mario got some of the most effed up circumstances of anybody, and his band swings harder than a lot of these colleges. I know, I heard him. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I'm never gonna subscribe to that Eurocentric approach to teaching. No, I mean, if you want to think about it, all American music is based in Western music, European canon. Ain't nobody talking about predominantly African composers. We're not talking about that. Everything we do, from what we studied in college to what we teach every day, is based in the Western tradition, which comes from Europe. You know, so with that part, if you're talking specifically from that, then yes, because that's what we were all trained to do, which was why on the very first show I said, or second show, I was like, students should be able to choose the curriculum and path that they want to do, not just what we think they should know. Everybody needs to know music theory, but at the end of the day, once you learn that music theory, you should be able to apply it to what you want to do, whether that's church music, whether that's R&B, whatever, jazz, whatever. So yeah, man, I think from a Eurocentric standpoint, we got to get out of that train of thought that anything that our students can't do is considered like, it just boils my blood. Our students can achieve no matter what the situation. We just have to set achievable goals and build on them every year. So no.
Stop getting mad. Chief, are we overthinking or taking a Eurocentric approach to teaching our kids?
No, I think we're taking a Eurocentric. I do think we're taking a Eurocentric approach when it comes to the history of music practice, because we, even at HBCU, we're learning European forms and things that have come out of that era of music. I mean, Western music is, we're not studying. I mean, even if you're studying, William Van Steele, or you're studying, whoever, Black composers, they're still practicing Western musical theory. Like, that's
Mario
coming from that approach.
Sonata Allegro form, they ain't come from New Orleans, baby.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Like, it ain't
through compose, right. It's not coming from us. So because of that, like, I think it may be a negative thing that we continue to say, that when we say Eurocentric approach, it's as if it's like some type of negative connotation with it. Like, when we say Black music and we talk about jazz, there is a European element to jazz. Like, people don't want to accept that there is an aspect of it that it's a culmination of things that became of the culture in New Orleans. Now the actual beat and the feel and the pulse of it is from our people, but a lot of the harmonies that come out of the 40s, that's not. Anyway, but I'm not go for it. I'm gonna leave it alone.
But Mario, I need you to go there, bro, because that's why you and I both are such advocates for jazz education being a major part of a well-rounded music education, right? Because that's a music founded by our people. One, two, it is at its core American. It was founded by American Black people, and then three, the innovation and advancement in music that came from that. Jazz created American singing. Jazz created the way we play. Jazz created the way we think about harmony and rhythmic, interpretation. Like, all those things came from that. But we don't do it enough because why? It's hard. It's hard to teach kids how to swing. You know what I'm saying? So I think you need to go there, bro. For real.
So the first part of the question was, are we overthinking? I had this conversation today. I had a student that come to me. He's learning percussion. He's some kids just came to know me. He's wanted to play bass drum in a marching band. So I let him come in, and then I told him, I said, it's gonna be really important that you learn how to play what you're doing, and like putting actual notation to what we're doing. And so I told him, to join the concert band and everything. And he came to me today and said he don't want it. And he's like kind of scared to tell me because his kids act like I'm the boogeyman and shit. But But he didn't want to. He feels like he wants just to do marching band only, and he's enjoying that, and he doesn't really enjoy concert band. I said, you never done concert band. I said the reason you don't enjoy concert band is because you don't have a certain skill set to be able to allow you to have freedom that you have in marching band. Marching band feels free because of structure, and we have to stop with that idea that the structure that the freedom that the most drum lines, like high school drum lines. I mean, there's some outstanding programs that are doing a lot of reading. There's also programs that they're not reading, and they're doing a lot of things by rote or saying like passing it down through whatever situation they have. And so with these kids, they're all beginners and everything. The kids that just came to me, never played music before, so I'm teaching them a lot of things from scratch. So because of that, the overthinking came in like, man, maybe I'm pushing them in the wrong direction. Maybe I should just let them have this space to just be, just have fun, like that whole fun thing. And I'm like, and then the old head in me, like I got the devil and the angel on my shoulders and shit. It's like no, but the other side, like, man, when you was in school, man, you had to do this, but it helped you when you learned. I said, but I'm also a music teacher and a music professional, so not everybody who was in my band is a person that cares about going to that level with music. So I told him, I said, you know what, it's all good. I said, you do what you feel like is what you connect with. And if we do this right, you will see that it's something of benefit and you'll come back around. And I left it there. And that's why I wanted to leave, because I feel like as an educator, if I'm forcing somebody to do anything, I don't want to pull nobody to nothing. So the overthinking part is because when you have kids who grow up on music that we were talking about, like rap daddies and stuff like that, then they're not getting the other side of music. And you can enjoy the rap songs and still enjoy Tchaikovsky. You can enjoy Tiger Rag and enjoy, whatever. I mean, you can jump around and have enjoyment in different types of music, because I feel like we don't have to be so one-sided. But I believe that even as much as culture is saying to us that they're so different than the old school and we were one way, and I feel like they're becoming more one way now, because you're not allowing versatility and diversity in the stuff that you enjoy. You're afraid to say that you like other stuff, or afraid to give it a chance. And so that's what makes it hard for teachers who are a little bit more old school to try to teach the kids who are almost worried that enjoying something different is going to make them less cool, or not going to, they're not going to be able to connect to it. And they don't give it a chance. And that's just in my experiences, though. So many people do different things in different schools, but in my experience with many beginners, that's what I'm experiencing.
All right, that was deep, brother. Appreciate you. Quan, are we overthinking or taking a Eurocentric approach to teaching our kids?
I agree with everybody on the panel. No, I don't believe we are. I think the way you initially with your scenario regarding that administrator, what I gathered from it was when anyone tells me meet them where they are, in my opinion, that simply means teach them in a manner where it's attainable, so that you can create episodic moments for them to get it, so that then you can expand their horizon more so later on. I think, honestly, everybody said it. We all learn music theory the same way. We all know a perfect fourth is a perfect fourth in America. A perfect fourth is a perfect fourth in Africa, so forth and so on. So, I mean, that's established. Now, one thing that we do preach is that music is universal. And that's the blessing part. So music is universal. So I don't care if I'm in Japan or if I'm in Maine, wherever. Eighth note is going to be an eighth note. But at the end of the day, in my opinion, I think you have to teach and make music relatable to whatever students that you're servicing. Like, for example, if I'm teaching at a predominantly Hispanic school, I do need to honestly be mindful of their culture and honestly introduce them to other either Hispanic or Latin, Latino composers, for them to understand that I can honestly, if it's up to me, up to them, attain that goal of being a composer as well. But also introducing them to African Americans, white ones as well. I mean, I agree with what Rick said. It's not always a black and white thing, but honestly, it truly, pedagogy boils down to, is it right or is it wrong? In my opinion. Now, is there more than one way to skin a cat? Absolutely. But to attain this result that I'm trying to achieve, it's a right and a wrong way. I know, for example, as a percussionist, it's a way that it's several ways to hold four mallets, but the type of dexterity that I want when I'm playing my four mallets, this is the way that I want it. If I want a piston, I want to do a piston. If I want to do a muzzer, I do a muzzer. If I want them to freestyle on some Lionel Hampton type stuff, I'm gonna teach it in that manner. But it's the approach of it. I don't think the approach is quote unquote Eurocentric. But my question is it right? And then how are you making it relatable to the students that you're servicing? That's just what it boils down to.
All right. So there's two things that I want to say, and I'm glad you guys, were able to give your thoughts on this. I'm gonna let you guys know, just to kind of really let you in on it. The conversation of meeting them where they are from that administrator was more or less from a, I guess you want to say, a dialect or a diction kind of conversation. Even though you all took it where I wanted you all to take it, that was more of a, they talk like this from they hood, so you need to meet them where they are and talk like that so that you can connect with them. And yeah, that was the way I was thinking. So that's kind of where the thought process of the question came from, but you all took it to where I really wanted you all to go. But the second thing is, and I have no problem with admitting this. My strength in jazz is not anywhere close to where Mario or Rick's is. So I have a question for one of you all, or if not both of you all. Why do we not, especially in more predominantly African American schools, use jazz as a building block, if you will, for music theory, or even just teach jazz, period? More jazz in our schools.
Because when people go to college, with the exception of schools like maybe Juilliard if you major in jazz, and some of the big jazz schools, or schools like Berkeley, where
UNT.
you go get your own job. Yeah, UNT, Berkeley. With the exception of schools like that, when you go there, your curriculum is based around the Eurocentric canon. Like, I mean, let's just be real. When you go there, you're learning Beethoven, you're learning Mozart, you're learning the different time periods of European music. Crystal said in the comments, the drum, syncopation and all those things come from Africa. I mean, if we want to be real, the drum itself comes from Africa. You know what I'm saying? But we don't teach that. We teach the first time,
Xylophone.
where do you hear, timpani in music? Came in the Baroque period. We're studying Bach. I'm in a class now. We're studying Bach cantatas, and how shocking it is to hear timpani in that music, because it was a new concept at that time. So everything that we do is based around the European canon. So that's the reason why. And from a music department's perspective, when you go there, you have to learn these things to graduate, right? And very rarely, I think the only time we ever heard about jazz in class at Norfolk was when we did like music appreciation. Mr. Adams made us watch the jazz series. Mario, you were in my class for that, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
We had to watch the jazz.
Yep.
Matter of fact, you were in my group. Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and you were in the same group. Like Mr.
Mhm.
Adams made us watch the whole Ken Burns jazz series, and we were required. Every group was required to present one of the DVDs. So I remember our group. We had to talk about Charlie Parker and our group.
Park, yeah.
And so it was in that late bebop period, right before Miles joined the group, on. So this is a roundabout way of just saying, because it's not required to be learned at the university level. We're required to learn everything else other than that. And it's really weird, because majority of students that go to HBCUs are not going to be playing in orchestras. They might take some gigs playing in orchestra because they can. A lot of our students are exceptionally talented. They can play in any group. But the majority of them are going to be playing in R&B bands, playing in church, playing in funk bands, playing in rock, that type of thing, like some type of show band. So it's what's required at these music institutions. And then we're talking about accreditation. That's a whole nother topic. And then I think the last part too, Mario, and I'll jump out because I know you can speak to this better than I can. It's just hard to teach it. It's hard to teach it effectively. It's hard to teach it in a correct stylistic way. It's hard to get kids to learn how to solo. It's easier to play Granger because all you got to do is look at that music and have a competent director in front of you that can tell you, hey, when playing Granger, this is usually based on folk music from Europe, England in particular, England, Ireland, all those areas in particular. That folk music is a lot easier to teach than, hey, man, there's a big difference between playing Bird and playing Cannonball. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think that's what it is. Go ahead, Maura. I'm sorry, bro.
No, I mean, absolutely correct, man. I would say one of the things that I think the biggest reason why we don't teach from that perspective is because there are some schools of thought that still don't value jazz in general. They don't value it as an equal to classical music. Some people believe that it is of lesser because it is the structure of it allows more freedom and there's more variables to what a successful version of this music would look like. But now in 2021 or in the last 20 years, we've started to have much more focus on the jazz curriculums, building up the culture of how to educate people through jazz. And I think you'll see that, and I think we mentioned this in some things a while ago. What is it? What is this? A bot in there? You got a bot?
Yes, dog. We get big. We got a Russian bot. Yes.
I already got it, bro. All right,
okay, we got bots and shit. Dude. But no, man. I think you got to understand. So that you have a thing where some people don't value it, but secretly know that in order for, like, I'll use Cannonball Adderley. Cannonball Adderley is my all-time favorite saxophone player. And because he played melodies like he was a classical musician, like the way he created melodies was absolutely unbelievable. Technically, Bird is the king. Technically, like, proficiency and dexterity. But as far as melodic build-up, I think Cannonball is just like that dude. But not to go too into that, I believe that when people don't know how to teach it properly, they have a difficult time trying to justify it in the academic space because they can say, well, see, we're just going to focus on, the classical music because that is where, think about it from 1909, early first public school programs in America, going back to that point, everything was based on Eurocentric, kind of like the, like European canon as Rick was talking about. And because of that, jazz was still growing its legs. You know what I mean? Growing its legs. It's still relatively young. Like, it's his second youngest, really, third youngest to hip hop and rock, and then you got jazz and blues. I mean, it's not that old. But when you don't have people who go to school and learn how to properly teach how to swing, if you're teaching swing as a dotted eighth note and a 16th note, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. So, like, that's a part of that issue. So, people can't teach it, and so when you can't teach it, you fight against it.
And the other part of that too, Mario, is exactly what we experienced. Me, you, and Julian both were all in jazz band together. Jazz band is not a major ensemble at a lot of universities, so
right?
It always gets treated as a second-class citizen.
Yep.
Whereas the stuff we were playing in jazz band was 10 times harder than the stuff we were playing in concert band.
Right.
So, and go ahead, Quan.
No. But I was about to say that, just to jump in the conversation with you both, that's some of the issue though. Like, that's not even, pending the university that you're attending, that's not even premiered and pushed forward itself. Again, it goes back to what you know and what's comfortable. Like we said on several shows, the main focus of a lot of HBCUs are the marching band, because that's your lucrative, cash cow. and then it's concert band, and then pending that university, your concert band may not be doing shit. So it's all of that. So it's like you have an art form that you're not really tapping into, which is concert band or wind ensemble, and then you have jazz band. So many of these music educators are not really having the experience that they truly need, with jazz band to learn it, like you said, adequately enough to teach it then to a high school and so forth and so on.
But Quan, I think the other part of this is this: we got to be more creative as directors, right? So like when I got to PV, the jazz band program only had like 10 people, and it was like a little small, like an ensemble. It was a small ensemble, and Prof Sanders was doing a great job, man. Like he was writing music for that ensemble, like specifically for that group, and they were playing. When I took it over, man, it went from that to okay, we need to have different types of groups, right? So we had the big band, which did concerts and all that stuff. But then I also had a small ensemble, and that small ensemble, I was thinking past school. I'm like, look, y'all, this is something you can take that can take you into your career. So they were gigging. One of the highlights of my time at PV was the small ensemble. My small ensemble opened up for Layla Hathaway at her concert in Houston that year. So we were the opening act for that, and that came directly from we had played for when the provost retired. We played for her gig, and somebody there was like, "Damn, man, these kids can play." So we were the opening act for Layla Hathaway when she came to town, man. So
That's what's up.
yeah, like you have to be more creative with how you market what you do. And you hear me say that all the time, Quan. Like it's easy for band directors and jazz educators to sit at home and say, "Whoa, it's me. I can't do nothing." No, or you can say, you know what? Okay, that's the hand I was dealt. How can I, the same thing we do in spades. You have a bunch of red in your hand, like, all right, I'm gonna get these 2 books. I don't care what nobody say. I'm gonna get these 2 books. We gotta have that same mentality as educators.
I mean,
I'm gonna tell you now. I don't understand the spades reference because I don't play spades. All right, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, man, quickly. First of all, I don't know. That's ridiculous.
Brad, exactly. Thank you, Brad.
Stay in the living room, bro. Stay in the living room.
That's ridiculous.
Hey, I guess I just lost my black card.
Yeah, I don't know about. I ain't black carding you. I'm just saying that's just ridiculous. I mean, but I will say this: there is something that I don't know we've discussed. I wonder if there is if many Black educators go to professional developments. I wonder how many of us really spend time going to places to hear about what's new in their craft, and like really spending time trying to develop themselves and just kind of like put new notches in their belts. I always say that my favorite hero, not superhero, but hero, because he's a regular person, is Batman. Because Batman always brings a wealth of tools in his tool belt, and he's resourceful. He wins fights because of his resourcefulness. I mean, obviously, being a billionaire helps you be resourceful, but the reality of that is, in the cartoon sense, is you have things that you can pull out, little things you pull out your belt to be able to have. And I think as a music educator, dealing with all the things we kind of face, especially in public education on the secondary level, you have to constantly be innovative in the way that you're approaching kids and the things that you are saying. I'm finding myself now saying, I got to do some more PD. I need more PD. I need to get better. And the only last piece I wanted to mention with that is that with the PD that's offered, I know in many places, New Jersey is actually kind of different because New Jersey has a strong jazz, pedagogy kind of environment here. Many PDs, like in the public school realm, they don't even discuss jazz at all, jazz education at all. And I just saw somebody post in the chat about that. Like at North Texas, they didn't even mention jazz theory in your ed classes. That's like, to me, that's crazy. So if you're in a school where one of the highlights of the entire university is how outstanding this jazz program is, and in the education realm of music, they're not really discussing how this should be taught and how this should be kind of correlated to the middle school and elementary school, and how we could bring kids up through this avenue. That's a problem. And so many of our HBCUs, many of them that I know, and I can't speak for every school, but many that I know aren't doing that either. It's really unfortunate.
All right. Yeah, man. That all of that was definitely deep. And it's really interesting to hear. And it's almost funny because, just from me asking the question, the only thing I took from it was, all right, well, you just got to go get that shit yourself and figure it out, because that's almost basically what I just heard from all of that, which is massively unfortunate. So, but all right, cool. Let's keep it moving, man. Because we got a lot more to go. So let's do it right. Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. Please make sure that as soon as you come in, you go ahead and get that like button, smash it. All right, let's get these likes up, man. I appreciate all of those who have already done it. So just go ahead and click that free like button. You can even give it a thumbs down. It's all good if you do, but just go ahead and click something. You can click a like, give that thumbs up, thumbs down, give me a heart, whatever you need. But go ahead and click something. Yeah, go ahead with cheese on it. All right. Also, please make sure you go over to the YouTube page if you're watching us on Facebook and subscribe to the network. Click that bell so you can turn on notifications. There we go. I was a little late on that. My bad. All right, here we go. Let's go to the next topic. I know that we had we were a little bit hot right there, so I'm gonna bring it down just a little bit. I don't know, because y'all like to go in, and that's why I love y'all, man. Y'all my boys. All right, so here we go. One of the things that we were talking about, how you do the is that the Chinese love joint? I think it's like that. Yeah, the little Chinese heart daddy. I think that's it. I think it's either Chinese or Japanese. I seen somebody do it. My wife will tell me later. But it's a heart. You see it? It's a little heart with your two fingers. All right, anyway. And then you got this, obviously. Quan don't know what we doing right now. Quan lost. It's all good now. We'll explain it to you later. But let's go ahead and keep it moving, man. So chop. One of the things that we were talking about earlier is we were talking about the Bayou Classic and the expectation of what we expect from music and all that kind of stuff. But then let me go and bring it a little further. I really was going to try not to bring it up too much, but we all know that there was a hashtag going on with Prairie View. And I know that we had all had the conversation about Prairie View, maybe, I want to say maybe 2 weeks prior, which was very interesting how that came up. Those two things actually correlated. And shout out to everybody who was actually, pushing our video along. A lot of people was watching that video that we did from that show where Rick was really going in and he spilled the beans, but it's all good. You know what I'm saying? Unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable. But that made me think, though, because what ended up happening is I was looking through a lot of my social media feeds. What I ended up hearing was that a lot of alumni were having, I guess, some negative comments about, some of the information that was being shared. I don't know what it was, but it made me think for a second, because a lot of people get frustrated with alumni. I know that as a band director from a high school perspective, and also being at the assistant level at the university perspective, we dealt with alumni as well. So here's the question on the floor: what should the role of alumni be? What should the role of alumni be? Quan.
I think you was gonna come to me first. So I've had run-ins with alumni with my own alma mater at Prairie View, literally, as well as being a director of a high school as well. The role of alumni person should merely be a supportive advocate for that new band director position or whatever, to continue to support the school, but honestly stay in their lane, to share their opinion in a positive manner, but also understand, like, you don't run shit though. Like, and that's the true bottom line. Like, at the end of the day, what people fail to realize is approach is everything. You could tell me whatever you want, just have tact, like real talk. And you have to understand the lane that you're in. You're an alumni, but you don't have this pressure of being in this position or seat. you don't know what I had to agree upon to even receive this seat. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like alumni, real talk, they feel entitled because you felt like you marched there. Them days are over, though. That time has come and gone. I mean, alumni can be, honestly, a breath of fresh air, or it can be a pain in the ass. Honestly, just bottom line. In my opinion, the things that I saw, because I am in the alumni group, we have a lot of alumni that are flat out, and I'm, excuse my language going this rough, but they're fucking ignorant, plain and simple, and they don't know. And I really feel that, you know, people are so stuck in their ways behind their quote unquote achievements while they were either marching, and then some of them didn't even march. That's some of the issues that I have. But I mean, alumni, you should be an advocate for your university, high school, whatever the case may be. You should be a supportive person, and don't be that person on the internet saying what you want to do. Do it. Come have a conversation. Get to know those people. Get to know the motive behind this is why we're moving in this direction, and do that, and then keep it pushing. But all of that, well, I don't feel like they should do this, and that band director ain't doing this, and so forth and so on. Man, you don't know what that man or that young lady's struggle is. So you're making things worse because you're gaslighting and saying things on the internet that's not true. That's creating a narrative against that director that his job is already hard already. Man, I'm gonna get off this alumni because it's so much I can say, bro. It's ridiculous.
Listen, bro. I can hear the heat coming out of your voice, man. But I will say this: remember this: unscripted, unfiltered, uncomfortable. If it gets uncomfortable, that's part of why we're here, to have these uncomfortable conversations. Because some people think, well, I ain't gonna put my personal opinion out, because I know most of y'all gonna say it anyway. All right, but let's keep it moving though. Mario, what should the role of the alumni be?
To support the program in a space that allows them room for innovation. Oftentimes, many alumni believe that everything needs to be a repeat of the past. They want the band to look and sound and act and do everything they did, so that they can feel like everybody, because it's almost like a rite of passage a little bit. We do that a lot with our culture in general. Everybody, like if a person, got hazed up back when they was in the band, they feel like everybody need to come through a certain way. And if they don't come through a certain way, then they soft and all the kids is trash and this is whack. And they'll find ways to try to like downgrade the program and make it less than when they were in it, because it's a bit sometimes like it can be in some schools, in some spaces, like almost like crabs in a barrel. People are looking to try to find anything they can find that's wrong to try to pull down the program. And even those people who say we're not saying it on a public forum, stuff like that. I'm not saying it in a public forum, but you're saying it amongst each other. And when you say it amongst each other, you permeate a certain energy that kind of cultivates negativity around the band program. And then many kids, I know I felt like I hadn't done my job when it comes to my alma mater. I haven't done a good enough job when it comes to reaching out to the current students. I feel like I have things that I can offer them, and I haven't talked to them. So I'm calling myself to the carpet, like in saying that I'm going to do a better job of reaching out to kids that that are future educators. Shout out to Anisha Downey. She's a alto saxophone section leader at Norfolk State. She's from Science Park High School, and she's doing her senior recital this Friday. So shout out to her. Or actually, this Saturday. I think it's Saturday. So, but alumni should be supportive of their program. Let it go. That's a big one right there. Let it go, man. Your time is done, man. Your time is done. It's not your time to march no more. So let it go, man. Like do the best you can to be positive. That don't mean you have to agree with everything. And if you do have a strong disagreement, you feel real passionate about something that you want to discuss, then find a proper way and proper channel to reach out to the director of bands or a staff member till you actually funnel that energy in the right way. And then all of this talking usually don't lead into the three T's: the time, talent, and treasury. You ain't putting that treasury in there. So you may have a lot of stuff to say, but you're not putting any money behind it. You know what I mean? And so one of the things that I had, well, I won't talk about it because it's working on an initiative that I think that'll be great for many chapters of KK South with their alma mater, and I think it would be great. Something I had mentioned to some brothers. So I got some ideas rolling around in my head. I need to pay my dang on alumni dues to stop pushing. But anyway, so I'm saying this to you guys because that is a part of it. You won't hear me saying a bunch of stuff about stuff because I'm not putting my money behind what my mouth is. So if I ain't putting the money behind it, you ain't gonna hear me saying nothing on a public forum or otherwise, because that's just, I believe in that. I believe in that. So when we have alumni, they should be coming back when asked. You know what I mean? When requested, when asked. Sometimes it's OD. They come back all the time. They filling up the rehearsals. The energy's negative. Kids are like uncomfortable around them. You know what I mean? Some of these people like, career students or just like old heads that just extra aggressive, and it's a different type of time. So people are just, feeling uncomfortable about that energy. And some, and I know, for whoever's listening for different programs, they may like, oh man, that's soft, man. These people need to, whatever. I'm like, every era can say that about the era previous. Everybody's gonna always have something about some other era and say they wasn't this and they didn't do that. Like, it's just like kind of appreciate where things are, because I know my alma mater, they're doing things now that we didn't do, and that's a good thing. I love that. You know what I mean? So I, as an alumni, my support right now as an educator, the best thing I could do is put competent, highly skilled students into them seats. So that's to me the best way to support. Keep it going.
All right. I mean, yeah, man. Yeah. Okay. My bad.
Jamar said, "Where Maya?"
Yeah, that's what I was on right there.
Ain't nobody coming.
That's why I had nothing to say, because I was looking over at
her new hat. They're trying to see her see her do when she ran fresh. Check her out. I got you.
Ain't nobody
we had to text Maya and let her know she's missed tonight.
You, Otis. All right, Rick, what should the role of the alumni be?
So you prefaced the comment talking about the issue at Prairie View. I've talked to some of those alumni, so I know exactly what's going on there. Quan, I know you know too, but you can't say it. But I don't work there, so I'm gonna say it. The problem is that Prairie View, they scumbag self, is trying to cut the scholarship budget of that band by almost 70%. That is what's happening. How the hell? This is another example of what I was talking about, where that band is good in spite of. Them kids out there busting their ass, working every day. Y'all out there, you don't know how good you have it. Those kids are outside rehearsing. They do not have an indoor rehearsal space. No matter what the weather, no matter what the temperature, Prairie View's band rehearses outside only. They are in Texas. It's hot there, and now it's cold there. Those students have to rehearse outside. That's the thanks they get for what they do for that university. That's part of the demands that those students have. They don't even have a damn place to rehearse. This is what I'll be talking about, man, when I'm talking about in spite of.
There's no band room at Prairie View?
They have a band room, but the band room is not big enough.
Ain't big enough no more.
Right,
yeah, the band has outgrown the band room.
And then the other part of that, Mario, is they have larger spaces on campus. PV hasn't been working with them. They have an MSC right across the street. The MSC can hold that whole band. But for some reason, Prairie View thinks it's okay to just leave them kids sitting outside in front of the building, going deaf, playing at that building, and playing outside in the elements. That's what they get for all their hard work.
They should be wreaking holy hell. That's messed up, dude.
That's why these students are
messed up.
Y'all know I don't care. I'm gonna tell it all.
Messed up, dude.
Alumni come back for homecoming and get lied to by administrators. Administrators come over and lie to the band, saying things like, "Oh, it's SGA fault. Y'all budget getting cut." Them students deserve way better than what they get from that institution, man.
Wow.
Like, I'm sorry, y'all. Like, we can sit up here, this, like we say, uncomfortable, conversation. There are a lot of bands in this country that face the same type of deal that they're facing. From Tuskegee, who said, "You know what? F this. We ain't doing nothing until y'all treat us like human beings." We wouldn't, not one person on this call, Mario, I can't imagine you send your daughter to a school and they tell your daughter, "Oh yeah, figure it out."
Oh no.
But these same
go ahead, Quan.
But these same bands and programs have performed at Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Have performed
That's what I'm saying. Like,
perform
Prairie
it.
View is a top program in the country, bro.
Yeah.
Like, how do you just not have a band rooms like that? I mean,
Because,
you be seeing
Mario, you
bands.
have a whole list of bureaucrats that make over $100,000, and they're gonna protect that check at all costs. Them kids at PV come back, the damn budget is empty. There's no money in the account. They can't. We can't give Scott. Can't do nothing. Can't pay for camp. Nothing. They can't even travel because they don't know what's happening. But we love the band though. Get them kids that dry ass. Y'all see that dry ass turkey they gave them kids for Thanksgiving? Them kids,
Or
they like
even
holiday.
or even say this. We've never had a music building to ourselves. Like even all of those things, bro. Like we've never had a music building to ourselves. We've never had like it's a lot, bro. Like imagine what like it's bad now. It was bad then. And honestly, boys have been robbing Peter to pay Paul
Yeah.
all these years. You don't know how I've seen Prophet walk and fuss at administration to be like, you gotta feed the kids and do like it's bad, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like these band directors, a lot of these band directors across the countries have made $1 out of 15 cents. And I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna be clear. I don't know Nathan Hamer. I met him twice. But if everybody says who he says he is as the good character, I'm not speaking about that other shit or allegations or whatever. But I'm gonna say this: if the character of that man is according to the people that who march for him and whatnot, well, guess what? I see why some of these band directors get in trouble with finances.
But you know what, Quan? That I'm not going to speak on that situation. I've only met him once, and that was at the consortium meeting that you and I was talking about last week. He seems like a great brother. I have nothing negative to say about that brother. What I will say is this: the way that business is handled at most of these HBCUs is deplorable.
Most definitely.
I was a band business manager. I was managing the budget there, dealing with people just sheer incompetence, y'all. Like people underqualified for these positions. They get to dictate to you what your band can and can't do. When Prairie View went to New York for the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, if I could only preach to y'all some of the stress we had to deal with getting that band there, like when these students get online and they take the time to post these hashtags and do these protests, we all need to pay attention. Because these kids ain't doing this because they just want to do it. Or they ain't doing it because they mad because they ain't get their refund check on time. Only at our school do we abuse the hell out of our people and tell them, oh, just deal with it. Like Julian was saying, at Texas Tech, something was wrong. They reached out to him to get it straight. We treat our students like pure shit. These are black people, and we treat them like they don't matter. And
like they're not paying for an education.
Right.
It ain't no different from like Howard. It ain't no different from the housing situation at Howard. It's the same thing, just a different chapter or in a different book. It's the same thing. It's
mold problems, financial aid issues. How many HBCU you can put those little clips and stuff on Instagram. How many people can go and say they had financial aid issues at an HBCU? Probably everybody.
There's not one person that went to that say
long ass lines. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with people with attitudes. You come up, you've been waiting in a line for 4 hours. You get up and the lady is an old lady, pissed off that she there. She don't want to be there. She don't really know nothing about finance or nothing. She just, you know what I mean? It's just like, damn, like, why do I have to go through this? You know what I mean? And then I had a very uncomfortable conversation. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to do too much of talking about my alma mater, but I'll say there's things that are the negative things that we've experienced are sometimes the separating factors in a very ironic way that makes us so damn kind of good in bad situations, which is why people continue to allow the shit to continue poorly. Like, you learn how to persevere through nonsense. And because you get good at it, you become a professional finesser and shit. You know how to deal with all these problems. So we get in situations where, like Julian stuff, the stuff you're talking about, or Quan stuff you're talking about, we're dealing with situations that are like, you're against something's constantly against you. And it's like, I'm not saying that other ethnicities or other people don't deal with that, but I wonder if they deal with it at the magnitude that we have to. And that ain't nobody but us, though. It ain't nobody but us. That's us doing it to ourselves. Like nobody's puppet mastering nobody. You don't have to. They don't cost shit to be nice to somebody. I mean, so that's a problem, man.
But the flip side of that, Mario, is what you and Quan said at the very beginning of this discussion. The reason why they don't listen to us is because all we do is criticize. There is no money involved in that. If all these alumni band organizations was donating $100,000 a year to these schools, they'd be right there listening to every demand you had. Pi Gamma at Norfolk State. Shout out to Pi Gamma chapter, Pure Gold chapter, most thunderous chapter in the 3rd D. But we wanted things done at Norfolk State. So every year we put our money where our mouth is. Pi Gamma is the only chapter on Norfolk State's campus for a while. I think the AKs do it now too. That was donating $100,000 annually to Norfolk State. My chapter has donated millions of dollars to that school. So when we come and we say we want something, people listen. We sponsor for our members of Pi Gamma chapter. We sponsor 2 to 3 scholarships a year for our chapter brothers, like as an incentive to continue to do well in school, but also to say, hey man, we want to put our money and invest in you, so you can in turn do the same thing when you leave. So it's a double-sided thing. I can't put that all on them because Quan, you and your alumni brothers and sisters, y'all gonna have to put your money where your mouth is. Y'all gonna have to come to PV and say, look, oh, y'all not listening? All right. And then overspend, donate $1 million to the school. All right, now I bet y'all will listen now. We won't give you this damn money no more. But they don't have to listen when all your complaints are virtual.
That's right. You're right. You're right, Rick. You're right. Yeah. You're right.
So
you're right.
So that's the nuts and bolts of it. PV, y'all get my utmost respect. I know, people may not like some of the things y'all do or the traditions and all, but the fact of the matter is PV is a great band, like Mario said. And what Dr. Zachary and Brandon and Chap, all them guys are doing, Bria, with what they have, it's truly a blessing. And I respect the hell out of them as colleagues, in this thing called music education, because they got the patience of Job. Because I'm telling you right now, when I was there, Quan, when I was there, the cuss out game was real. They used to hate when I came over here. I didn't care. So, just understand, y'all, that, what you see in these videos, yeah, that's the fun part of it. That's the celebration of the hard work that led there, including the outright abuse and disrespect that a lot of our HBCU band programs deal with every single year.
All right. And I guess you kind of mentioned it, but so what should the role of the alumni be? I'm just
I said exactly what the alumni PV is doing. They need
I
to
got
you. Faces, they need to be loud and vocal. But like Mario and Quan said, on the other flip side, they need to put them dollars where their mouth is.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what I thought. That was the answer. I just wanted to make sure that was the actual answer, and I didn't want to assume. All right, cool. I rock with it. 100%. And like I said, and like I don't know if you guys noticed. Well, I tag y'all and everything, but I didn't know if you noticed I posted it. But like I said, man, we stand with them. We gonna stand behind them because I knew what was going on. But I always say it's not my place to put all that information out there all the time. But yeah, 100%. I think that some of the things that they are dealing with is definitely a disservice. But we gonna keep on pushing that information out and keep supporting them, man. All right, go ahead. You got it, bro.
I just want to say one thing. It's crazy because I know alumni, you're absolutely right, and I'm gonna do better. So y'all charging me to do better. Real talk. As an alumni Storm person, but I say this: all the money that Prairie View has received in grant money in the last 2 years, like it's a slap in the face. Like it's public knowledge that it was $50 million several times. So we just got to do better, man.
Yeah, but see, that money, Quan, is spoken for. Like that's the thing we got to realize about college, y'all. The key to college funding is endowment. So if they didn't endow that $50 million, then they can't just spend it any way they want to. It has to be spent on specific things. HBCUs usually have like a $3-4 million endowment at the most, and that's money that's given by alumni. So you are absolutely right, Quan. Yesterday was Giving Tuesday. Let's see how many people put their money, because there was a link where you could donate directly to PV's band. You didn't even have to go through the red tape of the school. How many people actually took advantage of that? Don't just complain from afar, y'all. Take advantage when they do. If I was PV, I'll post a band, I'll post it again. So that's the thing, man. Understand that they can give you as much money as you want, but those monies have to be spent in specific things. Probably like a STEM program or something like that. It's endowments, y'all.
All right, everybody went in on that. I appreciate y'all, man. So let's keep it rolling. As we always say, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. Go ahead and click that like button while you're in here. Let's get these likes up, man. I appreciate everybody who's commenting in the chat. Make sure you go ahead and click that like button. It's free. All right, go ahead and do the free thing. Also, please make sure that if you're watching us on YouTube, subscribe to the network. If you're not watching us on YouTube and you're on the Facebook, go over to the YouTube, subscribe to the network. Also, let me put this out here as well. If you are subscribed to the network on YouTube, but you are not following us on Facebook, you can also follow us on Facebook. That way you can continue any of the conversations that we're having over there. You're also free to bring up whatever conversations that you would like, and we can also discuss that. Some of us will be in there, in and out, conversing on that. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and move on to the next topic, which actually goes right into what we were just talking about. So, a lot of people have a lot of these things to say about HBCUs and what goes on in HBCUs and how we give our people a disservice and blah, 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 and this and that. And sometimes we don't treat our own band kids right. So let me ask you this question. Do HBCUs serve a purpose anymore? Do they serve a purpose anymore? Why or why not? Do HBCUs serve a purpose anymore? Why or why not? Mario.
Yes. HBCUs, in my opinion, will always serve a purpose. I didn't go to HBCU because of band. I mean, I was funded through that way, but I went to HBCU because growing up in Detroit, I dealt with many people who know my life story, man. I had some rough times, growing up in Detroit, and I didn't always see the positive versions of us, man. And so going to a historically black college gave me an opportunity to collaborate, cultivate and deal with some positive black brothers and sisters over the years, man, and friendships that I still have today. Not to say you can't get that at other schools, but that aspect specifically to me is not pronounced. It's not focused in on. And I think having smaller classrooms where you can have better relationships with your professors, building that environment, I think that suited me and where I was. I think it also is important to not erase our history. Our history, these schools are founded mostly churches and stuff like that, through places when we didn't have any other opportunities to go to school other places. We were fighting hard to try to, fit into the general public. And the general public didn't want us to be educated, man. So HBCU served as a source that at one time was putting out the finest of us, and I still think even now we still do that. But at that time it felt like, from the things that I've read and seen and talked to, shout out to Dexter Allgood, who used to be department chair at Norfolk State, who actually became like a second father to me, man. He was up here in Newark, and he would always talk to me about Virginia State back in the '70s and his experience, pledging alpha and like just things of that nature, and like how that experience was back in the day. Don't shake your head, Rick. It's okay. It's okay. You're not first, you're last, Ricky Bobby, baby. But no, in all seriousness, I think, like his experience, he was like, he went home one day and his I think he had went with his dad. They went to see, Martin Luther King speak. They got a chance to, speak. All the people that are idolized in our culture now, it was going on then. A lot of the movements that happen within our culture start in HBCUs and are sprouted from that. I think that's an important aspect of who we are. It's a part of our fabric, you know, and I just think that it's okay for us to have our own lane. It doesn't mean I'm mad at people for going to PWIs. I think it's good to also have our own lane. So that's my slightly short version of that.
All right. Rick, do HBCUs serve a purpose anymore? Why or why not?
Yeah, I'm gonna be brief on this because people that watch our show, they know how I feel about supporting Black. Like that is my number one thing when it comes to lifting up our community. You must support what you say you love. So my short answer is this: yes, HBCUs serve a purpose. As Phoenicia said, they're gonna always serve a purpose. But the thing about it is, we must appreciate that purpose. One of the things that separates HBCUs in particular from other institutions is that HBCUs give a lot of African American people and Hispanic people or whoever the opportunity that may not have had the opportunity at other schools to go to college. There are a lot of non-traditional students at HBCUs, and that alone makes them relevant. Being able to change your family's trajectory because you got a college education. We all know that that's not a guarantee, but it definitely gives you a better shot. So that's first and foremost. Secondly, as Quan was saying, like when you look at the early traditions of all these schools, man, like I'm sorry, Mario. What Mario was saying, like, yeah, they were all founded for different things, whether it was churches starting, to educate blacks. You have a school like Howard, who was founded for the sons and daughters of slaves and, like mulatto people. Like, these schools have always had that type of calculus when it comes to what they stand for. The problem is now is that I think we all love our HBCUs, but because of the trying experiences that so many people have going to these schools, then they turn around and go to another school, which is usually a PWI. They usually end up repping that school more than the HBCU that they went to because of the experiences that they had. So I think it's a double-edged sword. HBCUs, you need to recognize that who your customer base is, because your students are customers. They pay the bills. They keep the lights on. So I think we need to do a better job of appreciating the people that we serve. So yes, HBCUs do serve a purpose. They will always serve a purpose, but we need to respect the purpose that they serve and continue to grow it, into the future.
Quan, do HBCUs serve a purpose anymore? Why or why not?
Absolutely, they do. At the end of the day, the reality is HBCUs, in my opinion, is the only place in the world that a young person can truly be them. I think you can be you and you can grow, you can mature, uh, and not be ashamed of your blackness, not be ashamed of you. I mean, in my opinion, like we've all stated, we've grew as, grew friends, lifelong friends, fraternity brothers if you pledge or whatnot, sorority sisters if you pledge. But the bottom line is like the growth as a person that you attain at a HBCU is like is second to none. In my opinion, honestly, there's also a spirit that all HBCUs have that is unexplainable. Because I've attended a PWI, it's still not. You can't explain it. I don't know if it's the spirit of the ancestors or whatnot, but it's just something in your heart when you're on that campus. And like Mario said, you have great African Americans that have changed the trajectory of the world and how things have seen. You have a sense of pride that I can be like those people. You know what I'm saying? Like I would have honestly a sense of pride if I went to Howard and Donnie Hathaway went there. Was it Howard or Hampton? I can't remember. But one of
He
those.
went to Howard.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like it's a to say that you were a part of Howard's music department at that time with Donnie Hathaway was that man. That's something different, bro. Like to I mean, to just grow, I can't even honestly find the words, because for me, if I wouldn't have attended the HBCU, man, I'd possibly be dead right about now. And I know that, because it was many of those people, my friends, that was like, nah, bro, stay here. That kept me out of trouble, made me think in a different manner. I mean, we all share of course, the same experiences with the financial aid, and maybe that's what binds us together in a comical way. But overall, man, HBCUs like I say, is a place like none other. It's truly our mecca in America. I don't care where you go. I may not be from Norfolk, but I know if I speak to somebody with a Norfolk shirt on and I say I'm from Prairie View, and they know that that's an HBCU, that's a connection in itself already. Like I say, we're tribal people, so it's funny how the joke is we could talk about HBCUs, we can talk about each other, but we won't let nobody else talk about our HBCUs. That's just the commonality and camaraderie that we overall have, no matter what. HBCUs is definitely needed, but I agree we do need to support our HBCUs better.
Well,
Than,
and the other side of it is this too, Quan. There are a lot of HBCUs matter of fact, there it is right there. There are a lot of HBCUs that are changing their requirements to, try to move to like higher levels, like with acceptance and stuff like that. And that's a great thing. I think there should always be high standards to attend these universities, but don't raise them to a point where you pass the customer base that you had.
Right.
You
I
know
was
what I'm
going to
saying?
just say that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like yes, high standards are important. That's why to pledge a fraternity, and most colleges, you can't just have a 2.0. You have to have at least a 2.5. A lot of schools, I know the AKs at Norfolk State, shoot, if you ain't have a 3.0, it was tight. They won't even going to consider you. So, I think that high standards are definitely important, but you also need to understand who your customer base is and being able to, always meet the needs of those groups of people, man. So, yeah.
I have a question. Just one of the things that I was thinking about as you guys were giving your thoughts. What do you feel about African Americans or Black folks who go to PWIs as undergrads and make statements similar to your experience was no different than mine? I still had, Black friends, or I hung with the Black group, or I pledged, Alpha or Omega or Kappa. So what makes your experience different than mine? Any thoughts on that?
For me, I mean, you can say what you want. That's fine. I don't really want to go back and forth with somebody about an experience they never had. I mean, we can sit here and have a conversation about, yeah, this was different and you don't know, and it was my experience was the same. So both people could be speaking from ignorance. If a person at HBCU never attended that particular PWI, then they may not know what it was like for them. I can't speak for someone's individual experience, and I don't really want to, man. I find that I keep saying this, man. Like you can have love for your HBCU and still appreciate other things. It's like one doesn't have to be a cancellation of another. And I think when we think about that, that's going into that psychology that it's always competitive. Like everything's got to be so competitive within our culture to the point where it's like it's not helping us progress forward. Like you got Jim Brown. Jim Brown is super advocate for Black rights and all that type of stuff. He fought a lot of the fights for the people, after playing football and everything. And he went to Syracuse, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just like, you know, my thing is that not everybody who's about that, that life is gonna have gone to an HBCU. Some will, some won't. There's enough of us in the world to be able to, spread the love. I just feel like we should be encouraging in these like guidance counselor offices across America in these schools, encouraging these kids to see schools beyond just Howard and Spelman and Morehouse and saying the same 3 talking points every single time. That there's a lot of schools that offer a place that you can feel like not only your brain will be cultivated, but your experience as a person and a human being, and that your ethnicity and the culture behind that ethnicity will be something that will be pushed forward and cultivated in the proper ways. So I think that part is something I think needs to happen on the high school level, so that when kids get to school, they're not coming in with this idea like, oh, this must be I heard this school a party school, and I'm coming here because the black schools do this. Instead of being like, I'm coming here because, hey, I watch a couple episodes of Different World. I wonder, was it like that? It felt like more culturally appreciated rather than just some other place. Because you can have fun. I mean, shit, Rutgers or William Patterson up here, you can go up here and have fun at them schools. Just like you can have fun in Jackson State. But there's other things about the school that should be important to you as you go. So if you don't see that or can't appreciate that or don't really have that in mind, that may not be the place for you.
Okay. Oh, Quan, you got something?
Now I was just about to piggyback what Mario said. Look at Chris Paul.
Right.
I mean, big advocate of HBCUs. I mean, LeBron James didn't even go to college, but he got the FAMU LeBron James shoes. I mean, we have to honestly we have to begin supporting our home. We just do bottom line.
Yeah, and shout out Norfolk State for dropping that L on Hampton in the Chris Paul tournament.
Yeah, we 9-1, by the way.
Yeah.
9-1 basketball team.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole. All right. Cool. That was a good one. All right, so let's go ahead and finish it off. Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. Please make sure that you go ahead and smash that like button. I need the likes to match the people who are in here. I'm looking at a lot of people in here, man, and I appreciate all of you guys for the support. But go ahead and click a free like button. Just a click. Just a little rub on your finger. That's all it is. Just a little click. All right. Also, please make sure that you go ahead and subscribe to the network at YouTube. Go over to YouTube, subscribe to the network, and also turn on notifications. You can also like and follow us on Facebook and the Gram and Instagram. All right. You can follow us on Instagram. All right. Cool. Also, we're going to the last topic. I'm going to also put the link up so you can come in and call in with us and have the conversation. All right. Last topic. And this is back to the educators and education. Do African-American music educators work harder just to receive average results? I'll ask that question again. I'm looking at Rick's face. I'm looking at Qual's face. Do African-American music educators work harder just to receive average results? What I mean by that is I'm not saying that that hard work does not result in excellence. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what the question is, not necessarily what I'm saying, but what the question is, do you feel as though there are do you feel as though African-American directors or music educators have to work harder to more or less be respected to get to those average, or just to be seen as an average educator or being on par with what is the norm? So that's really what the question is. So do African-American music educators work harder to receive average results? Quan.
Being honest, I really can't answer it because I only know what I do, and I'll really try to just stay in my lane. I know I work hard as hell at what I do. I know I'm a forever student. I'm a forever learner. I learn from anybody. I don't care who it is. I only can speak for me. And honestly, I really don't even care about the titles and the trophies and whatnot, because my awards are on the growth of the students. So if my kids are growing, then I'm growing. If my kid finally get it and understand, even my little victories, like today, a kid that just is a new student was struggling with, a dotted quarter note followed by an eighth note. They got it right. That's my trophy on my award. It's things like that. So I can't speak for nobody else. I know I've rebuilt band programs before. I know I'm the only band director here. I know I put in about 12 hours a day. I know I sacrifice a lot. I know I take money out of my pocket. I know I argue with vendors. And at the end of the day, I make stuff happen, by the grace of God. So I can't speak about anybody else or another, ethnicity. I'm pretty sure they work hard as well. But I only could speak, for me and how I operate my own 10 toes, bro. I work harder than my internet. You damn straight. But
So we
Mario
ain't chilling.
was messing up earlier, but ain't
Yeah.
nobody commented on that though.
I was gonna ask Mario, is it a thunderstorm in
Oh,
Jersey? I mean,
No, I mean I've been clear. Maybe y'all saw something. I ain't seen it. I thought it was
but
good.
but them
I'm-
first 15 was hard.
Hey, I'm in the basement, so I don't know. I'm in the basement.
Got you.
Yeah.
All right, well, Chief, go ahead and get to the question. Do you believe that African American music educators work harder just to receive average results?
I kind of feel like similar to what Quan was saying. Like I can't speak for everybody, but I do know generally what some of the idea may be kind of pertaining to. So I can use this as an example. Some of the programs that I know, some of my fellow New Jersey teachers teaching maybe not necessarily the affluent districts, but just average middle class American districts. They often have situations where there is more continuous music education. So the kids that they receive are sometimes a little farther ahead musically, so that the things that they're playing sometimes is matching the actual level of where the kids should be. Whereas many of the urban districts, specifically Newark public schools, kids are starting for the first time in the 9th and 10th grade, learning how to play an instrument for the first time. Therefore, the work may seem like a person's working harder to get a lesser result, but it's not necessarily the result may be looked at in comparison to other schools of that same level. I mean, of that same grade, comparison, but it's not necessarily a reflection of the work that the person's doing, because they may be doing outstanding work, bringing those kids from a 0 to 4 or 5 versus somebody getting kids at a level 5 and taking them to a level 7. You know what I mean? And so I think there's a couple things to consider when you're dealing with that. Hey man, your haircut's killing, bro. That thing is fresh, sir.
Yeah, he got the fresh Beijing on, man.
That thing is fresh, bro. I had to pause my whole thing. I saw the edge up. That thing crazy. I'm sorry.
They gave him a little bit of that
hairspray.
Yeah,
You got the thing.
spray paint. Spray paint that line on.
Right. Extra fresh daddy. But no, I think the biggest thing is just like it's going to depend on the dynamics of what your situation is specifically. In the realms of some of the things that we have talked about, you and I, Julian, we've spoken about, like, working really hard and then feeling like the kids maybe not are kind of keeping in all the information that we're giving them. But the reality is, if they are new to music education or haven't had the experience of continuous music education, it's sometimes harder. And I don't care whether it's music or debate or a certain sport or whatever it is, there's going to be issues when it comes to kids retaining information after a certain point if it's not something they've been introduced to at a young level. It's the reason why people say introduce your kids to music young. It's the reason why we introduce kids to certain words and languages as their children, because they can soak up that information. So I believe that the younger you target them, the better the high school programs and colleges will be, because you're giving kids a continuous education. They don't have skips in English. They don't have skips in science. They don't have skips in math, but they have skips in their artistic development through the years. And I'm saying it didn't have to be music, even if it was singing or if it was dancing or if it was something artistic. But there's many programs where kids will go years without any artistic influence at all. And I think that definitely has an effect on how kids are dealing, and that will then in turn make the band director seem like, I use this analogy and then I'll shut up. If I go to a restaurant, oftentimes we judge a waiter and waitress based on how good the food is. If the food is really great, it'll make people feel like the waiter was great because the food was great. You know what I mean? And if the food is not good, then we'll be like, oh, I don't know. You'll start finding problems with things. And so when you look at a program, if the kids aren't playing at a certain level, it's like, oh, that band director must not be doing his or her job. But the reality is, you never know what they may be experiencing or what's going behind that. So that's why I cannot put a blanket on things. You definitely have to look at the whole situation. There's no one size fits all when it comes to this.
All right, Rick. I don't like your face, but whatever. Go ahead.
No, they aren't. And we always come back to these shitty bands and assume that that is the experience of everybody else. There are some bands in this country, y'all, that face issues that will keep them from being great bands, whether that's scheduling, whether that's whatever. But that doesn't negate the fact that a lot of these programs just have shitty band directors. Like, I'm sorry, y'all. Like, we keep making excuses. We keep talking about the same thing. Sorry, there are people out there that aren't good at their job. There's no way in hell that Mario can deal with these exact same circumstances of these band directors that we're talking about with this question and get results, and others don't. There's a difference there. It's the person that's running the band. It's not the students. There are students all around this country. There are students in these amazing band programs that are not rich. I'm sure there's kids in Hebron's band that are not rich, and dealing with all different types of challenges at home and everywhere else, and they still get results. The fact of the matter is, and I keep saying this, I'm going to say it again, you must set achievable goals. You can't come into a situation where you're building. It takes time. It takes on average, y'all, 2 to 3 years to get good, strong embouchure development and band building skills.
Right.
If a person comes into a band and they're having to peel Johnny and Susie out of the hallway to join the band just to have a 40-person band, you can't expect that band to sound like the New York Philharmonic. It's not going to happen. We have unrealistic expectations for a lot of these programs that are dealing with these challenges. So instead of blaming it on the kids, instead of blaming it on everything else, just say, you know what? The situation is what it is. How can I improve my situation? I am so tired of talking about shitty band directors and giving them the airwaves and the conversation when we need to be talking about these all-star band directors who are out here making stuff happen with nothing. I would prefer to talk about that. And then lastly, I'll say this. At the end of the day, there's a saying that's been in the band world forever, and it is absolutely true. Just because you're working harder don't mean nothing, because I would rather work what? Smarter, not harder. Everybody in the world has been in one of them rehearsals. I know Norfolk won't the only band that was like this, where you'll go and you'll learn the field show, and cleaning the field show was running it 1,000 times. Get very few corrections, get very few anything. Just, all right, chart one, gang. Didn't fix nothing. The same issue that was there the first time is there the second time. We need to learn how to teach. We need to learn how to rehearse. We need to learn, y'all. We need to be continuous learners. I'm not perfect, but I know that I will be good at my job because I prepare to be good at my job. I don't just come home at the end of the night during wind ensemble, when I have a wind ensemble concert I'm working on, and just go to bed or just put my music away. I'm in my scores, because in order to operate a ensemble, I have to prepare at the same level that the students have to prepare. You as a band director have to prepare to be in front of your students, not just writing these shitty lesson plans just to say you did them. And I'm saying that because I did that myself. I hated lesson plan writing. So I used to put some shit together. I'm like, I'll figure it out when I get in there. I was not a great teacher when I started, and I know that. But through trial and error, through years of experience, all you college students that's in school right now, you're not going to be a great band director your first couple of years. You must learn. That's why we got to have people like Lindsay Sargent and all these other masters of what we do, because that's how you learn to be a good teacher. Stop giving credence to that video that always pops into my head when I think about this. Is that video of that high school at graduation playing End of the Road by Boys and Men. Everybody has seen that video. It's just atrocious.
Woo, woo, woo.
Who played that? I never saw it.
Who was playing? Yeah, I've never seen it.
Julian, please find that video.
Man, it's the worst video I had ever seen in my life. I mean, I had something I was gonna say to Rick when he was finished, but that definitely, when he brought that up, it is the worst by far. I don't know how to find that video no more, because I remember.
I think somebody told me that the guy that was the band director that let those kids play like that is now a college band director. Like that's what I'm talking about. That's what we give our students. No, nothing. Just blow your fucking brains out on End of the Road by Boys and Men, which is supposed to be a song that has some type of beauty to it. But that's neither here nor there. I don't know what I'm talking about because that song ain't blowing. So I know must not be good because it ain't blowing. So yeah, man, we have to expect better and want better from our programs, but we also have to be realistic and understand that it takes time to be, Science Park's jazz band. When Mario got there, they didn't play like that. Now they do. So let's talk about the good band directors, not the shitty band directors that put no time and effort into being great.
Now, what I was gonna say is, and I'm not saying I disagree or agree with you or anything like that. I just have a question that just popped in my head. First of all, before I ask that question, if you're in the chat, man, go ahead and click that link, man. Get on live with us. I like the fact that you guys fill up that chat, but go ahead and go live with us. Let's go. Anyway, but my question to you, and like I said, it's not that I agree or disagree. I just want to, really get your thoughts again. So you earnestly believe that a band director that may have complaints and or is not doing an exceptional job is a shitty band director.
That is not what I said at
Okay,
all.
so that's why I asked that question. So could you kind of define your perception of what a shitty band director is?
Well, first and foremost, I don't know a band director on this planet that doesn't have a complaint about something. Like I'm sorry. We all have complaints. We all have grievances in some way, shape, or form with our program. There are a lot of things I deal with that I don't feel like I should deal with. What I mean by a shitty band program is the band director that sits up there and blames everything that's wrong on everything else except himself. Mario, I keep using Mario as an example because I know the product that he's gotten out of those students. Mario, in two different scenarios, shitty band director Mario would have looked at the situation and say, okay, it's the kid's fault, so whatever happened, it happened, whatever. Administration don't care, the alumni don't care, nobody care. Or, man, let me raise this $3,000 so I can get instruments for my band. Let me spend the extra time to make sure that my progress reports are done so that my parents can have accurate feedback as to how their students are doing. Let me make sure I'm having after school band rehearsal, even though I want to be at home with my daughter and my son. That's what I'm talking about. The band director that refuses to make sacrifices for anything else other than what they care about. If you want kids to be great, sorry, as I said before, being a band director is hard.
Yeah, it is. It
It's
surely
not
is,
an
man.
easy job. And if your job as a band director is easy, you're probably a shitty band director, or you're at a school that you've worked so hard and gotten that thing operating like a well-oiled machine to where, it can operate itself. There are a lot of great band directors out there, and I just feel like we never talk about them. We spend so much time focusing on, well, man, we work hard and these things ain't happening. Small victories are something. If a band couldn't play grade 2 and now they can, that's a small victory. Yeah, they should probably be playing grade 4, but at least they playing the hell out of that grade 2.
But I was gonna say that to you, Rick, too, man. I think one of the things is I don't know how many band directors come into their spaces with weekly success criteria or
Right.
daily success criteria. Do you have
Facts.
an actual goal that you're looking to attain that you can say evidence can be shown that the kids went from this level to this level and it's shown and you
So
can see it?
I taught the class, Mario. I taught a class at Prairie View, which was the preparation class for students that want to be band directors. So it was the band
Hmm.
director class.
Right.
I used to make my students build a 4-year plan. And I would give them the worst scenarios. Make this scenario work. I would do stuff like, your school does not own a xylophone, a bass drum, a tuba, whatever. How do you make that situation work? And I think that
To me,
the
that's an
more,
easy.
yeah,
Sorry, but go ahead.
right, but building a plan that is not just, okay, what's happening right now? What does 4 years down the road look like with the work that I'm preparing my students on? Year 1, my only goal this year is to be able to teach my kids to play with characteristic sound. Long tones, airflow, Bach chorales, any type of chorale, anything that gets the students listening, actually talking about intonation in an educated way, other than pull the tuner out, play a tune, and you up there conduct. Kids don't even hear you. Play a tune, like
bro.
Just yelling and shit. Yelling the whole time. God
Bro,
damn it, the flute.
I don't even mean to bring up my personal situation, but bro, I've had to deal with that before, and I told you the stories, but yeah, I know. But see that's why I asked the question though, because now I have a better understanding of what your perception of a shitty band director is, and so now I can understand that when you say that, I understand the context of where you're coming from. So now it registers in my mind. So I get it now. So cool. I got you, bro. I really do. And I'm gonna be honest with you. And I'm saying this live. I probably will never say it behind closed doors. As a matter of fact, I'll never say it again. I agree with you. I agree.
I agree.
Since she ain't here, let me get it right, because she ain't here. So we gotta hear the Maya voice real quick.
I agree.
There we
go. Jamal. There she go.
All right, man. Yeah, man. Great topics, great conversation, Brandon. Y'all already know how it is. One of the things that I want to make sure that we do is we keep these conversations going, and we are 100% honest about our feelings and our thoughts. And 9 times out of 10, a lot of other people may be feeling the exact same way. So we're probably an advocate for somebody who's out there. Oh shoot, we got a guest, so let's bring this guest in. There we go. What's going on, brother?
What's up, bro?
What's up, man? What up, Justin?
What up, y'all?
What's going on
with you, bro?
Pretty good, man. Just came back from a performance. I said I'm gonna go live with these guys tonight.
Hey, look, I'm glad you ain't get kicked out the dome this week. This weekend.
I was about to say, yeah. Was you at the Bayou? I know you was at the Bayou, right?
Yeah, I caught the first 5 o'clock flight from New York. You know, I did Macy's with Hampton.
Yeah.
I had to go straight to New Orleans for it. So it was real dope, man. Real dope.
That's what's up.
Was it, bro?
It was. I mean,
how did you like it? Tell me what's your feedback on Bayou?
You talking about the Bayou? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a Bayou Classic fan. I mean, Bayou Classic is the best classic if you ask me. Maybe because I'm from New Orleans and it's our shit. I don't like a lot of the politics and how commercial it has become, But I mean, that to say both teams had a losing season, the first one back since COVID, and you still have 53,000+ people there. And this was a smaller Bayou Class. It still was lit, you know what I'm saying? So that's the atmosphere. Battle of Bands, I wish it was a little different. You know what I'm saying? It was good. Grambling sounds a lot better. It just, it needs a little spark to it, but it still was packed as hell. 30,000 people in there. Yeah.
Justin, you my man, bro. You know I respect the hell out of you, bro. Grambling did not sound good, bro.
Listen. I think. Listen. Let me think what I think you mean. Sound good, yeah. Boring, yeah. It's a difference. I can't find a year where Grambling sounds bad. Maybe boring, put you to sleep, but to me, is Grambling sound bad. That is my personal opinion. Oh, we talking about sound like. Go to them boring, what that classic is, Grambling and PB play. Yeah, sound bad and boring. Yes, they play the wrong song at the wrong time. I think it's just their style. You know what I'm saying? That's just but sometimes Grambling give you a song like Straightening this year. Straightening one of the top rap daddies. Like y'all say, Straightening that song that they play, but then it's like, damn, okay, you play that song. Yeah, we got the next thing you play is like, what happened? You know what I'm saying? That's my gripe with Grambling, but I like the direction they going in.
How was that Alicia Keys to you?
If you got to think about it, you already know what the answer is. You got to think about it, you know what the answer is.
I got to go back and listen to it, because you got to think about it. Look at my standpoint. I look at the Battle of Bands studying the Grambling like this. Okay, I went to 3 Grambling games. I went to 3 Southern games this year, right? Mm-hmm. All Bayou Classic is to me is pretty much just a showcase and the running a book and add maybe 2 or 3 more songs. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I'm not looking at it from the standpoint. I'm not looking at it from the standpoint y'all is. Like, people come in for the first time, like, oh, let me hear this song. I heard this song. I got 3 or 4 videos of Grambling playing 3 of them different songs from different games. Now I got another one from the class, so it's a little different for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just a little different for me. But it was straight, I guess. What y'all think of it? I ain't about what I think. What you think?
I don't even know what song you talking about.
I don't remember it.
I thought you were talking about specifically, you talking about the Bayou?
Yeah.
Well, he asked about the song specifically.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what song you're talking
I
about.
thought
So
it was horrible. I thought the intonation was absurd for a band with that much talent. I feel like the only thing they play well is them rap daddies. Anything that's
Grambling.
no Southern.
Well, hold on.
When
What
they
did
get
you
them,
song?
this is
I
that
think
one
you're talking about
word.
that one, this woman's
Talking about
work.
a woman's worth.
Woman's
Right.
work.
Oh wait, hold on. What are you talking about? Hold on. You saying at the Bayou Classic or at Jackson when they first played it?
I'm talking about the Bayou Classic, bro.
Okay, all right. I wasn't really paying attention to Bayou Classic, but the first time they played it, yeah, it's that song. I like the beginning how he put the beginning at and then he came in with the song, and I really like how the dancers sell the song too. So I don't know what you think was wrong with it, arrangement wise and everything.
I think the arrangement is fine. I think the performance of the arrangement leaves much to be desired. Intonation
Yeah.
for me is the biggest thing. I'm tired of hearing out of tune high trumpets. I'm tired of hearing baritones completely to destroy the structure of the arrangement because they have to have they shine instead of making the band sound good. There's a lot of things I have a problem with. I think this year though, I'm gonna give them kudos. And I don't know if people agree with me, but to me this year, Southern had the best tuba section. This is the best tuba section. This is the best tuba section I've ever heard from Southern. Like them guys are playing. There was a couple times where they was hitting them rap daddies, dog. They had that stadium like echoing. You could hear it in your video, and some of the other people be like, "Damn, them tubas is bringing it." But that blaring baritone sound, I'm just never gonna be a fan of it, dog. Like I can't get with it. And I don't think Gremlin played one song in tune, not one.
Damn. I just posted my videos today because I was tired the whole damn weekend. So I mean, y'all go check them out from a different perspective, I guess. But yeah, man, it was like I say, I don't even look at it. I like it as an enjoyment. You know, Southern Gremlin. That's the little cousin down the street. It's not really a battle for me per se. It's not like boombox. We ain't trying to take each other head off. You know, so it's a matter of like which I do. That's why I want Gremlin to continue to strive to get better, so the Bayou Classic can be like 05. When Graham used to actually punch it back. You know what I'm saying? He's
07. 07 was a good year. Real talk.
You not remember that rap mix in 07 Southern play?
Yeah, but that's one song. I'm talking about overall. Like they was coming back, like they had a different type of intensity in 07.
Okay,
And
I get 07. 05 and 07.
And so, but after that, it's a straight ass whooping competition. But that's why people in the comments is like, it's not exciting. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like not being ugly. Like you can march in. Like when they marched in, it was like, okay, bro, like we know where this one going. I mean,
but you could see it in the body language of the students.
Yeah,
they knew they were over there getting their ass handed to them from a show, from a
by the time
point and everything.
By the time Grambling got halfway through the battle, you could tell like their energy was completely different than the way they started. Like I'm sorry, they knew they was catching the L.
I mean, what's crazy? I talk to the students a lot. Well, I like every time I show up to the game, I let them go live on my live, and I talk to them. And if I could tell bad directors some of the stuff students be telling me, you know what I'm saying? Which I kind of got a good relationship with students and a good relationship with the band directors, of course, have to. But it just be like sometimes I think you kind of need to listen to. Well, one thing most successful bands in today's day have, they listen to the kids, and you have to adapt with the time. You know what I'm saying, Rick? I go back and just watch all y'all shows. I'm talking about even the last show I caught up on was the one where y'all was down in summer band. I wish you could get other time because I could fill y'all in. Rick, you need a whole schooling on summer band, but that's another story for another day. But I think the band directors need to listen to the kids. You know what I'm saying? Y'all been band directors before. It ain't gonna work if you ain't giving the kid what they want. You didn't pass out a rap daddy, they done blew the bricks off it. Then we pass out your song that they don't like, they mad. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have a common denominator or come to a mutual agreement with your band. And if you're not doing that, I don't care who you is. You know what I'm saying? Your band is gonna fail.
I mean, you are absolutely right, bro, because I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't listen to the radio. So everything that we played that was considered popular was from the students. Only song I ever wrote that was something I was like, man, I heard it on, like, just happened to hear it. I ain't gonna tell y'all where it was. It was an establishment I had heard it in, and yeah. But I had heard this song and it was Dripping by Young Thug. And nobody even knew what the song was. And I wrote that joint for PV because I was like, man, this song is smash.
But I felt the same way. That was the same way when I wrote Digits. I was listening to Rodney on the bus, listening to it. And I was like, yo, what's that? He was like, it's a song called Digits. And I sat there and I wrote it on the bus. And I was like, all right, cool. I had never heard of it, though. So, I agree.
That's crazy how you can write something that you ain't even hip to and it be a smash. And sometimes I think directors forget that. Well, directors forget and students don't realize that y'all was young at one point too. Right. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my thing when it comes out. Because Grambling is not a bad. Me personally, I think Grambling is the. If I had to pick a band to represent HBCU bands, it would be Grambling. Grambling gonna give you that. Let me tell you why. Grambling's gonna give you that. The show style, their style don't change. They're not trying to be nobody else ever. They're gonna have the same big bass drum. Dancers gonna keep it in the pocket. They're gonna dance and kick and give you the showmanship of HBCU bands. Nowadays, you can turn on a clip and know it's Grambling.
You would pick them above Bethune-Cookman, bro? To
give me a HBCU style band?
Yeah.
Let me tell you this. I can't do that. Do we have the after show?
Yeah,
I can't do it to you. All right, but yes,
party is happening. I'm
gonna just say yes, but I'm gonna just say I know what Bethune's gonna do. Bethune's gonna give me 4 measures, chant 12, bring it back in. Come on, man, like, and that's students of Bethune kicking bands, right? You know what I'm saying? Grab to appease the people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta Beyonce picked Grambling for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Because they always look nice, presentable. Uniforms don't be hanging off. I mean, we might not agree with how they sound. They may be boring, but to somebody who's trying to, write off a sponsors and check it, they'll do the job for you. But they ain't trying to be nobody else but themselves. That's what I appreciate about Grambling.
All right, man. I'm tell you, man. I gotta give an honest listen to the Bayou Classic. I listened to like a few songs. I was chilling, but while I was paused earlier, I actually pulled up This Woman's Worth. I was listening to it. The clip in front of Southern, not the one. Like that other one that was From Far Away, the clip in front of Southern. It sounds very different than the one that I heard when they were playing, when they were, somebody was in the middle between both bands. It sounded different. So the one up close, the trumpets don't sound as bad as it sounded to me when I was listening from the middle. So I mean, I would say check it out.
But that's also the reason why band directors should clean their bands at soft volume levels, not loud. Because when the band is playing with that type of volume, you can't hear all the clarity issues that are in there.
Right. Yeah, I do agree with that.
That was our thing that we made sure that we did every single time, and the kids hated us for it, but it made sense. They understood as soon as we came. No, don't play above a mezzo piano. Yep. Now let's clean this music, and they would hate it, but it's what you're supposed to do. Hey man, Justin, bro, I know you're gonna hang out, man, and hit us with the after party, bro. So we're gonna let you fall back, and then when we get to the after party, you'll come back through. I got you.
All right. Man.
Appreciate it, bro.
Appreciate it. Come on, man.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Let's go ahead and get to it. All the stuff that we got to do. First of all, let me try to. I'm gonna try to do it the right way. I'm gonna try to be more professional when I do this. So, all right. So the mission for A Little Love is to fully accentuate the natural flavors of every food by providing simple West Indian fusion spice blends that extend the palate and encourage all to cook. All right, A Little Love, and they always want to make sure that they let you know that food tastes better when it's made with a little love. So please make sure that you check out A Little Love seasoning. That is my line brother. They actually have a sample pack, and then the sample pack is a $10 sample pack, and they have jerk, all-purpose spicy garlic, and adobo, which is their version of adobo, or his version of adobo. So go ahead and pick that up. Definitely need you guys to go check that out. That is all seasoning, A Little Love seasoning. All right. Exclusively HBCU. You can go to exclusivelyhbcu.com. They have apparel that you need from all your normal sources from anything HBCU. You're talking about Greek paraphernalia, or are you talking about HBCU paraphernalia? If you want something from Norfolk, just hit them up. Go to exclusivehbcu.com and get everything that you need. See, man, I already got it, man. I got you, Quan. See, I took care of it this time. All right. And then I got a new one today. I don't know if you can see that. Is that on the screen? I can't tell.
Yeah, it's up there.
It's up there. All right. My bad. I got to pull it up. Dang it, I had it up. I was ready to go. All right, Unmatched Custom Apparel specializes in one-of-a-kind, upcycled and brand new garments. They service women, men, and children who desire unique apparel that will make you stand out. They have brand new apparel, but they also specialize in upcycling, which is when they repurpose gently used items. The CEO, Jasmine Sutherland, started out revamping her own clothes as a way to deal with depression as she battled a rare cancer over the course of 6 years. So their slogan is "Your journey is unmatched. Express it, wear it, and own it." All right, and that is unmatchedcustomapparel.com. Unmatchedcustomapparel.com. Please check out all of these places um, that we're showcasing on here. All of these places are Black-owned places, and we want to make sure that we continue to support Unmatched Custom Apparel. Dope stuff. She will definitely repurpose all of your stuff. If you send her an old t-shirt and some baggy jeans, I can guarantee you she's gonna come out with something dope. Exclusively HBCU. Quan gave us an example of what that looked like, and also a little love. That seasoning is dope. My wife used it in all of the Thanksgiving food. I think all of the Thanksgiving food that we had this year. So go ahead and pick that up, man. And I know that whenever I do my wings at my house, I pick up that lemon pepper and it'll be off the chain. So you can pick all those up. Also, if you know somebody who has a Black-owned business and you would like them, or if they would like to be promoted on here, I have no problem with doing that, but just have them send their info to myself at passionis1919 at gmail.com. Once again, that's passionis1919 at gmail.com. All right. Did I do that? Did I do better with that, man? I feel like I kind of did it a little bit more professionally. All right, cool. It'll get better every time. All right, let's get ready to get on out of here, man. Which way we starting? Mario. Any final thoughts? Anything you got for the culture?
I just wanted to shout out Norfolk State University, man. We getting ready for that Tournament of Roses grade in 2023. So it's time to give, trying to help, get this band into California. And we're just excited about that. So as a, former, Spartan Legion member, man, I just want to do my best to try to help them, get to that level. And also shout out to, I mentioned her name earlier, Anisha Downey, my girl, love her like my daughter. Anisha Downey's graduated from North State University this year. She's held section leader of saxophones last couple of years at Norfolk, and she is doing her senior recital. So I'm so excited. I won't be able to be there because I'll be performing, but just showing her some shout out right now, and I'm gonna send her this link so she can see me showing her some love.
All right, Rick. Any final thoughts? Anything you got for the culture?
Yeah, man. A couple of things. Y'all know I got to give y'all some hot fire that I'm listening to this week, man. So a couple of good music suggestions for you guys, man. I found like this really cool female vocal jazz group that I'm really feeling. Mario, I don't know if you ever heard of them. They're called Sage, Saje.
Oh yeah,
Bruh, this group is insane, man. So check out Sage, y'all. They have some really, really hip stuff, and they actually have an album coming out. And there's a sister in that group, so check out Sage. Samo's new album, EP, Yang. If you never got on Samo, he's an interesting character. It's Thomas spelled backwards. So just write Thomas and spell it backwards. That's his name. But he has a new album named Yang, EP named Yang. That's pretty dope. I enjoyed it. Chris Daddy Dave and the Drumheads. All you guys that want to hear like some Robert Glasper inspired like stuff, check out his new joint from Chris Daddy Dave. It's called Thine People. That's the one I've been listening to. And finally, a new cat, man, named Michael Robinson. He has an album called Love Story that's pretty hip. I think that'll get you guys through work for the rest of the week. It's some good music there. Also want to give a shout out to my frat brother in Phi Mu Alpha, our frat brother, all of us, our frat brother Jeremiah Johnson. Show him some love with his company, Music Greeks. Jeremiah, man, I love this dude, like really good friend of mine. And he's I've known that brother since he came into the fraternity, but he's doing some really big things with Music Greeks, and they're actually starting a paraphernalia line. He just made a really hip shirt for Phi Mu Alpha. So if you want, if you're a music Greek, I know it's hard for us to find paraphernalia, then check out Music Greeks with an S shop.com, man. Big up to my boy and his wife, his beautiful wife Sierra, and their baby girl. They were doing big things, man. So like we said, man, we want to support black businesses, and for you black music Greeks, this is an opportunity for you to support a black business and get some million for your fraternity or sorority. So they're planning on expanding the line, but let's show that brother and his company some love. So support black businesses, support black people, and go listen to that water I just dripped y'all with.
All right. Appreciate it there, brother. And then
oh yeah, one more thing too.
go
Forgot
ahead.
about this.
No, I didn't look at it. I looked
Mario,
right in your right eye.
come on back. It's okay.
And since she's not here, Quan. All right, there you go.
Yeah,
What up, man? What up, man?
But well, first and foremost, great show. I think for me, we gotta do it. We didn't say it, but we're gonna piss Rick off. But this weekend is a great actually. This Saturday is one of the greatest days of them all. I mean, this is the Founders Day of the Ice Cold Brothers of Alpha Phi Fraternity Incorporated. So big shout out to the brothers. You know what I'm saying? Many of y'all chosen, but few are frozen. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So that's number one. Also, Prairie View A&M University plays Jackson State University for the SWAC championship. So wishing the alma mater great success against Prime Time. So at this point, Prime Time, no Prime, Optimus Prime, Prairie View by 10. That's how I feel. And then lastly, there's going to be more information coming out about my school. And, in advance, I want to thank Mario for looking out for me. We're setting up some things in the DMV area. We'll be traveling July 2022, the Marching Pride of Sunnyside, Ebony Worthing Early College High School Band. So we're coming out there to march for the National Independence Day Parade. So it's a blessing. More information will be coming out how you can support. How you can support these students and sponsor these kids so that we can make sure that we get them up there, get them to see some of these HBCUs, Hampton and Howard, and in the VA area if we're allowed to. So, yeah, that's about it.
All right, man. And one of the things that I got to say is, yes, we talk about supporting black, but understand that this is also a black network. It is ran by a black person, all right, and a black family, because my family is actually behind this. It's not just me by myself. I have a manager, and my manager is my wife. All right, so so support black. This is a black network, so continue to subscribe to the network, and also continue to get those likes up and click those like buttons. Just because you're supporting me, that also means I'm going to continue, and we're going to continue to support as many people as possible. That's why we are allowing people to come in and promote your stuff, because we believe in trying to pour back into our community. All right, so just keep that in mind as you are watching this. I actually believe, and I will earnestly believe, that when it comes to music education, band, HBCU, band culture, and all of that, we have one of the greatest shows on earth. Why? Because of the fact that we discuss all aspects and everything, not just the cranking up and not just how much we like or dislike this band, but we also come from an educational aspect and standpoint. And we also want to try to continue to talk about all the things that will help to positively move our culture forward. All right. So with all that being said, I appreciate everybody who continues to join us every week. I see new faces and new people commenting every week, and I appreciate it. I also want to say I love all of you guys who continue to support us. We have only been going for, what is this, 4 months? 4 months. We up to 200 subscribers, man. So I appreciate all those who continue to pour into us, man. We're going to try to continue to give you great content. We love all y'all, and we appreciate all of you guys. So just continue to keep supporting us. All right. With that being said, though, what's so funny? Oh, you was laughing, Mario. I didn't know what you was laughing about. All right, don't worry about it. All right. With that being said, though, man, I appreciate you guys checking us out, man. You guys are awesome. We do have an after party coming up, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I ain't gonna be on the after party all daggone day. No, hell no. I got to go to work in the morning, but we're gonna be on there for a little while. All right. So come on, check us out. Be in there with us. We'll see you at the after party. Other than that, I appreciate y'all. We'll see y'all next week.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Man, the train is slowly coming, brother.
It's coming, good sir. It's coming.
Yes, sir. The Alpha train is slowly coming.
Coming, good sir.
Got to keep on pushing. Hey, man, don't be hating, Rick. We showed you love on your day.
Yeah, I'll show you love on the day. Until that day, kiss my ass.
No, you gonna show love every day. Every day.
Yes.
All right. After party. We in here.
115, baby.
I don't know what that means.
Get it together, Julian.
Oh, my bad.
Julian.
I said after party. You was saying something else. My bad. That my brain was on after party. Oh,
and happy belated Father's Day to the bros, man. We ain't giving up KK side, bro.
Oh, of course, man.
I did.
Not on the show.
We didn't. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, we sure didn't. Yeah.
So
two. 1, 2, 3.
No.
Yo, it's coincide.
2,
no,
3, 4. All right, look, I got to get both of them in here. Boom, 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 boom. All right, there we go. So we got KK out the way. All right, there it is. All right, hey man, look, I meant to say this on the show. I'm so happy, man. Rockets won, beat OKC in OKC. So we on a winning streak. Thank God, 4-game winning streak. So we good.
Y'all got some young talent, but y'all still suck.
We getting it together though, bro. We getting it together.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Y'all got good young talent.
Yeah, I tell Mario all the time, dog. We got the pieces. They not working together yet. But I mean, it's coming together though. I think Silas finally figured it out as a coach, but I think the young boys is actually gelling together too. I think that
you say y'all got a 4-game winning streak?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah, we beat OKC in Houston yesterday, and then we beat OKC again in OKC today. It was a close game though. It was very close, but we pulled it out. So I'm happy about that. Hold it down, Rockets. H-Town all day. All right. I don't know. I don't got nothing to talk about for real on this after party unless we talking about some real. Real man stuff. But unless y'all want to go back to the Bayou.
Did you see that rock video I sent you, both of y'all, man?
Rock video.
Man, that thing had me crying, bro.
No, I ain't see it. When you sent that?
Hey, I sent that joint to you in Facebook Messenger. Y'all, please go.
Oh, I gotta check it.
I probably looked at it, but I forgot.
No, it was either in Facebook Messenger or Instagram, dog. That joint is hilarious, and I didn't see it on live TV, so that was my first time seeing it. But that thing had me crying, dog. He was talking to Vicky, singing to Vicky Guerrero, playing the guitar.
Oh yeah, I seen that.
Oh, I did. I responded to that. Yeah, I know what you're talking. Yeah. That was hilarious.
Classic.
Yeah, man.
Hey man,
yeah, what's my time at?
Oh yeah, Justin, you can come back in now. You good? You need the link again? If you need a link, just let me know.
I'm about to pull little mama down, man. Look.
Out.
Nah. Out like a light, sir.
With the pacifier dad in, so you know she's good.
Out like a light, sir. She's done. I'm about to put her down.
Man, go ahead and do it. Dang, I had something on my mind and I forgot what I was gonna say.
So is it? So I heard Fam play the Young and the Restless again today.
Uh-oh.
Wasn't as good.
I told you, bruh.
Wasn't-
Underneath the bleachers. Them bleachers, that reverb gives you a completely different feel, man. What made me think about it when I was with Compass and I had the horn line under the bleachers, and I had my assistant caption head running the book, and I was like, man, we sound great. Then I was like, you know what? Tight. Let's go to the middle of this field. We gonna get into this open space, and I'm gonna let you guys move some air, and we're gonna actually listen to what you sound like. Went out there, it was so much stuff I needed to fix. So that's what made me feel that way. So I knew it. I knew it.
You
I
never
know
get no horn
I
line.
know him.
Yeah. Tube asked, "What's the people issue with PV? Why they don't ever give him props? They don't give him props to because they don't bow down to band God. They do stuff differently."
I'm gonna actually slightly agree, but I'm gonna slightly disagree too. The reason why, and this has just always been my personal opinion, even when we were there, the reason why PV doesn't get the props and the love that I think, and I personally think they should get now, not back when I used to watch them when I was younger, because I didn't think that they were that good. But now, I don't think that they get it because they don't do what is typical and what band is now. They don't necessarily approach music the same way every single time. Sometimes they're going to try to push the envelope, but even in that, sometimes it's going to have a more balanced sound than most other programs. And sometimes, I'm just going to be honest with you, they're not always going to play everything that everybody's going to play. Sometimes they will, but most of the time, they just going to beat them. And most people don't care for that. If you're not going to hear too many arrangements. And from even when we were there to even now, when Hop is there in his arrangement, you're not going to hear too many of the things in those arrangements that you're hearing in a lot of other arrangements.
And the other part of it is when a band is going for clarity, when they're close, like to being a clearly defined sound band, any small hairs out of place, you can hear them loud as hell, man. Somebody miss a release, you're gonna hear it. One mellophone decides, like they played that Sativa a couple of years ago, and those mellophones decided to lose their mind at the end. Oh, that sucks because you can hear it. Whereas opposed to, no matter if it's the melody, the counter melody, the bass line, or the harmonic structure of a piece, everybody's playing as loud as they can play. It's very difficult to hear things out of place. I think clarity is a part of it. I think another thing is, and you can hear it in these clips that they post, everybody has to learn the damn music.
Absolutely.
Like it's some people up there holding some horns, dog.
You talking about a PV, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you knew that was a problem when we were there.
I don't think it was as bad because
in 2012, let me clarify. 2012, 2013, 2014. After that, it changed. But those 3 years, everybody didn't know that music.
I think just you can jump in, bro, because
I disagree with y'all. I mean, I disagree with the whole thing. I think PV get the respect that I think from the other side, Bandhead side, and from the Kings. Shit, accent into the Juice from from 10 to now, they respect y'all. You know what I'm saying? PV is a game we know one or two things. They're gonna sound good. You know what I'm saying? They might not be the biggest, loudest in this new PV. I like Hop era because he's trying stuff over there, and it gives me like PV and them was the MEAC bands of the SWAC. We used to laugh at them all the time. You know what I'm saying? But now PV got this bite that'll slap you sometimes. That Genesis, stop playing. I don't care who you is. It's coming across that field. You know what I'm saying? So we respect PV. I don't know what this people don't respect PV thing coming from. Now this past year, I don't know. Tomorrow we didn't see them as much. So I'm going to SWAC this weekend. So I hope they have it going on. But I don't know what this whole band Save PV thing going on.
You know what I think it is, Justin, to be honest too, bro, is that Uncut group.
True.
people think that uncut group is speak for everyone.
End all be all.
Yeah, like that is everyone's opinion, and it's not. If it's not a Southern clip in that uncut group, more than likely it's gonna get some type of hate. It could be beautiful, like that Young and the Restless. They always be all snooze fest, all this is boring, all whatever. Does it sound good or not? So I think a lot of it is those kids be in them groups just like everybody else, and they're looking for that affirmation online, that dopamine. They want that hit just like everybody else. And the fact of the matter is, they're not getting it in these groups. And then a lot of their alumni don't give it to them either. Let's be real. There's a lot of hate. Right. Me, I ain't never wrote nothing bad about Norfolk State online. Have I agreed with everything Norfolk State done yet? No, I haven't. But you can't search my Facebook, Instagram, anything right now and find anything negative about Norfolk State, because that's in-house stuff. These people be on there bashing their own band online. And it's ridiculous, man. I guess that's a topic we could talk about.
It's happened. We watched it happen with this whole Southern change regime shit. A lot of people. Well, Southern is different. The goal is always to be better than the past band. You know what I'm saying? But some of them past bands is just like, God damn. You know what I'm saying? Like you.
Hey, Julian, post the link, dog. Jeremiah want to jump in. Post the link.
Oh, I got you.
My fault. I didn't cut you off, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, you might can't beat them past band, but I do agree. You shouldn't talk smack about your own band, especially when just because you don't agree with something that's going your way. And half the people who be talking was sad on their horn. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, I said that last show, bro. It'd be hella third trumpet players, third clarinet players be talking the most trash. Like, first of all, if you're from the SWAC and you play a woodwind instrument, I don't want to hear what you have to say. I haven't heard.
Ain't nobody listening to that. Right. You don't even know what they play.
Oh, I'm listening, Mario. I haven't heard it. You can't hear it.
You can't hear. That's what I'm saying. Right. You can't hear that.
I'm listening. If I can't hear your woodwind section, I need you to be quiet. If you are a flag girl, I need you to be quiet. And I'm like,
we've seen this in the past, bro. Most of the saxophone players and piccolo players be the ones that talking the most mess, dog.
Yeah, they do.
Hey, piccolos in the SWAC, where's that?
I mean, like, yeah, but I'm sorry.
Now that Sam in the SWAC, shit.
Right. but that's my point. I'll be like, yo, like you played saxophone. Your part in your band didn't matter. If you played saxophone at Norfolk State, you have some room to say something.
You know,
if you played saxophone at goddamn Southern, no disrespect, but you don't got no room to say nothing at all.
Sit down.
Some of these people, Jackson has one of the best woodwind sections I've heard and seen. You know what I'm saying?
Sing me one part from anything.
Okay, and that's my next point. It's crazy that you see them how scrapped and how deep they be. They use them sometime, and I don't know. And piccolos in the SWAC for sure don't get the credit they do. Sometimes you think that be them trumpets with them extra notes. That be the piccolos saving the trumpet section. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. You're right. The woodwinds in the SWAC is like, that be the man when it's talking crap and.
But it goes back to this conversation again, bro. That is arranging. When you're writing, when you're doing all this cross voicing, that takes away from the saxophone voice, because baritones are playing in the same range as the saxophones. So you can't hear it because it's a lot of clashing there. Mm-hmm. Secondly, nobody should be writing clarinets below, in my opinion, middle C.
Well, it depends.
Unless it's a soft section where they don't have to work too hard, and you're trying to get that warm, woody timbre.
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah. Right. That's the only time I agree.
Right. In them rap daddies,
I agree.
In them rap daddies, they need to be middle C in the booth.
Yeah.
You will hear them that way. Third, your saxophones need to be playing on a jazz mouthpiece. Jazz mouthpieces allow for a brighter sound that is more like we did it at UConn. And this year, our saxophones was killing. It's equipment based too, dog. Like, it's a lot that goes into that conversation.
But see, the thing is, like you said too, bro, at the beginning, you gotta write for these kids too. Yeah. Like, me, when I'm really writing something, I write for woodwinds. If you listen to that knocking the boots, you'll hear the woodwind that part. Those little ornamentations that I put in there that run at the end, I literally purposely wrote that specifically for woodwinds.
I don't know,
I
man.
purposely do that.
In the SWAC, you hear Will Wins. I mean, maybe it's not as much as y'all would like to hear him, you know what I'm saying? But you hear him in some range, you know what I'm saying?
Justin,
It's just not
bro,
as
I respect
did.
you, bro. Say me one Woodwind part that you know of, bro. Say me one.
I mean, like that song Bo's on here, which he picked the worst clip ever. But he was talking about that family ties. You know what I'm saying? They're in there. Back to y'all, yeah, the whole world love me. But SG want to touch, go back to J State. Ain't worry about nothing.
They
in there.
actually they are in that family ties. I did hear what
They are are they are cranking. I know Jackson got some clarinet over there. That's one dude he must for All Star. Your thing is a out of tune trumpet. That's how loud he is on Woodwind.
Dude, I know who you're talking about. I saw a clip of him and I was like, that is the loudest clarinet player in my entire life. And I'm a clarinet player. I play clarinet. I play clarinet in concert band, saxophone in jazz band, and I march euphonium. I'm telling you, I have never heard nobody play clarinet that damn loud. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, in there, but to y'all point, yeah, Rick, they're not as much as you would like to be, you know what I'm saying? But something I wanted to bring up, I heard y'all talking about one of the other shows too. Okay, like I think I would say y'all been the band organ and SWAC, so that kind of MEAC and SWAC. Let's keep it that way. I don't think y'all appreciate what we do, and I think we don't appreciate. So I don't think y'all understand what we do, and I don't think we appreciate what y'all do.
I do.
Please expound upon that, bro. Because
you're gonna have to explain that one.
Okay.
Hey, Julian, let Jeremiah in, bro. He said he was on.
Let me say before you go, I'm different than them. I wouldn't have been directing this way. So my position is different. I was saying earlier, I don't know if you heard this in the show. I said I can like Tchaikovsky, and I can like a rap song, and I can like a jazz tune, and I can like whatever else, and I can appreciate things about them all. And I think me and Rick had kind of gone back and forth about like the summer band thing, and we were kind of going back about that. And I was saying that there is a core of what is proper musically, what is proper musically. But then my point was, what people enjoy is different. There's a proper way to do stuff, and I don't disregard that at all. But I am also saying that people enjoy different things. I can listen to Southern and Alcorn and other schools, Jackson or whatever, and enjoy what I'm hearing because I have different ears on. You know what I'm saying? If I'm listening to something for another type of thing, then I have my ears are attuned to something different. You know what I mean? But when it's too bad, then it's crossing over into a world where it's feeling like you just disrespected music totally. So that's what me and Rick did. Right. We were on the same page with that. I just feel like our levels of what I consider acceptable and his are little. We're not quite on the same space, and it's only just because of my exposure. I think my exposure to what I kind of was introduced to and what I've been around. You've been literally around DCI and UConn, and the culture of which you've been around and influenced by is totally influencing your ear. It's changing the way you process music. And you say, what I listen to is this is good and these other things are not good. And so what I'm saying is that is proper, but these other things may not be proper, but they still can be enjoyable. That's all I was saying.
And I like exactly what you said. That's the point. Like I said, y'all don't understand what we do, and I guess we don't respect what y'all do. Now, Rick, I don't talk to everybody about band. I don't, because I'm like this. I'm able to. We're gonna start on some band topic too. I'm able to I can go to a Norfolk and Hampton game and enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? But come back home and tell my partners and listen to that Norfolk and Hampton game. Well, why the hell we listen to that shit? You know what I'm saying? They ain't got none of them going viral. Let's just put it there. You know what I'm saying? Which, you make it a Hampton clip, a Norfolk clip to go viral on something they did on the field versus a song they played. Right. But what I'm saying is, bro, like y'all are the correct way. You know how people say you talking white, y'all talk proper. I had a real music teacher growing up. I understand. Y'all are correct. That's how the shit's supposed to sound. You know what I'm saying? But that's not where I'm from. I know it's oil, boil, foil, and coil, but I say Earl, Curl, bro, Furl. You know what I'm saying? That just it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So I think And summer band, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm like a spearhead of the summer band. Like when you was talking, when y'all had it mixed up saying it's supposed to be for the kids. No, it's not. It's for anybody. You know what I'm saying? The 40-year-old that you talked about, Rick, it's for all of us to play at one time. And I do agree. Sometimes, you know, you got predators and things of that nature and some stuff you do have to worry about. But for us, it be culture. You know what I'm saying? We know, I speak for our program, we know who in this band. You know what I'm saying? We know who we need to, you know what I'm saying? We know who scrap. You know what I'm saying? We all in the hood. We know don't bring that around here. Keep that from around this. But it's just the culture of it and how we Southern 200 plus people. Every band that y'all kind of shun and say that we're not doing it the right way and correct way, we have big numbers for a reason. Why y'all band so small over there? You know what I'm saying? No offense.
No, ain't no offense taken, bro. I think you're absolutely right. I don't disagree with a lot of what you say. I want to push back in a couple areas though, and it sort of goes with what Mario said too. The first issue I usually have, Justin, man, just to be completely honest,
man.
In the band world, you are not allowed to be critical of Southern. They are not perfect. They are an excellent band. They are amongst the best bands in the country. I have said that so many times on the show. But the problem I usually have is that anytime I'm critical of them, I'm being called a hater. I'm being called whatever in the book. Dude told me I was smoking. Like, because for some reason, man, that band is untouchable when it comes to critique. I'm sorry. This is a show that's uncut and unfiltered.
That's what
I say. You know, just like you say, we can't fuck with that stuff y'all doing to me at. Bruh, when I was in Norfolk State Band, we used to laugh at some of those clips. And Jeremiah went to Hampton. You know what I'm saying? He know the rivalry. What's up, Doc? But we can't hear you, bro. But yeah, you can.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah,
now.
we can hear you.
Yeah, but like when I went to Norfolk, man, we used to laugh at those clips of people playing with that bombastic sound. I can appreciate. I love when Southern plays. I remember. It's in your face. I enjoy it.
Don't say I remember though. You can't. Don't give me Rick. Don't give me I remember because I remember has everything it needs from A to Z. Plus it cranks. You know what I'm saying? It's everything.
That's my point exactly. I love I remember, bro.
I remember is one of me and Rick's favorite songs from Southern.
My joint is Beyond. My joint is Beyond. I love it.
Beyond will be second. Beyond will be second.
You know why? You know what y'all like? You got it has some challenging parts. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I like it.
But what I'm saying is we gotta have some type of median, and that's like Rick Reese would call you a hater because like just my honest opinion. You know what I'm saying? I had to. Because when you say something about Southern, okay, the first question we're going to ask you, Rick, well, you about to get you Dr. Rick, so we got to talk.
Well, y'all can pull up my clips. Ask me the band I'm marching
we go, and that's what we're going to say. Who you marched in? What year? Okay, when you marched, did they touch Southern in any of those years? You marched in some critical time. What you marched? The early thousands, I'm going to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when Southern was like the Southern that we still reach for with a smaller band. You know what I'm saying?
But even back then, we was like, dog, we want to see Southern. They could, dog. I marched in. I am a Dizziac, dog. I'm one of the first people that is considered a screamer in a Dizziac. That's not true, but that's what the young people learn.
It's true. That it is. That we respect that.
Right?
Can we get it back though?
Yeah, Norfolk sounds good, bro.
No. They come back. What the distance was known for? Above the sky.
You're right. But the thing about it is, even back then.
No, back then because we have. Correct. You're running from it. Because now we got to get in the argument of because you're Norfolk, but this Norfolk game.
Well, Jesse, I'm gonna say this. Let me say this.
Right now.
Hold on, whoa. Let me say this, Justin, real quick.
Exactly. Listen. So, if you had to pick a fight, hold on. If you had to pick a fight, the Southern now. I'm gonna just pick the Southern now versus who you want the battle? This Norfolk or your Norfolk?
My Norfolk. They couldn't see us.
You had they dabbed in the sky. So why? You see how Southern has a consistency ratings. They may not have it. So that's how I would think. So we just gonna pick like Norfolk ain't. I ain't gonna say they ain't all that, but they're not what the stories that we hear. You know what I'm saying? Like,
wait a minute. First off, I want to introduce myself. I want to say I'm very blessed to be here with you guys. But as far as I can remember, and I'm a product of Hampton University, Norfolk State has always been the pinnacle of musicianship and excellence ever since I know him. You know what I'm saying?
To you and y'all side.
Right. But hold on though. The biggest thing, and I know I came in on the tail end, but the biggest thing from what I'm hearing is that, you know what I'm saying, we don't have to hate on each other. Musicianship is universal. You know what I'm saying? Like I went to Hampton. And I'm an avid fan. I mean, Rick will tell you, me and Rick was in school at the same time. I'm an avid supporter of Norfolk State, the Spartan Legion, the whole music department. That don't take away from, you know what I'm saying, my ethnicity or my authenticity at me being a product of Hampton University. You know what I'm saying? I mean, good music is good music, and we should want to pay homage to it at any given time, regardless of wherever it's coming from.
Listen, believe it. Y'all may not believe it, bro, but we do pay, like when y'all smashing something, when you're playing it right, y'all may not think that we giving y'all the credit, or the bands was giving the credit. We gotta stop saying we because I get associated with it, but they give y'all the credit. Like Norfolk playing something that's slapping, or like we know about the Disney, know why we know about them because they was like that, and you couldn't do them nothing else.
But you're proving my point exactly, bro. And that's this: the smashing is not the only thing in music.
But you can smash it. It don't gotta be cranking though,
bro. But that's the only thing people care about. Boy, I don't hear them baritones. Oh, that's cool. I don't hear that, bro. In the MEAC, playing a ballad that sounds great and has dynamics and shaping and all that, we actually can appreciate that. You don't hear appreciation for that in the swag. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is, I just want to ask you directly: does Southern do anything that's not good?
Yes. And let me tell you where you find it at. You find it within themselves. So for example, this year band, I'm a Nate Hamer band fan. Mm-hmm. You cannot play with nothing.
I actually like Hamer band.
We are renegades. I like Hamer band too. We're gonna punch you in the mouth, and then we're gonna give you a ballad that just you gotta answer.
My favorite.
When we go battle a MEAC band, we're gonna throw one of them battles out there just because we're gonna do what you do, and only because we know you can't do what we do, and then now you discombobulate. You know what I'm saying? So yes, they don't do everything right. Some they fluff and they do everything else, but don't know the difference between Southern and a lot of other bands is. Mm-hmm. Y'all have at Norfolk, I guess y'all had this too, but y'all conferences. So anyway. Every game Southern, stop playing. You know what I'm saying? Every game Southern play is somebody's Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? So when we TV, we gotta get ready for Southern. Jackson, we gotta get ready for Southern. Southern, on the other hand, because we just talk about Southern, they ain't worried about y'all, but they're fighting to not get knocked off the crown.
But Justin, you're talking about aura. You're talking about Southern, the pinnacle. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the music, bro. My issue is always you can never be critical of them musically. You always have to acknowledge that they the kings. You always have to acknowledge that they're consistent. The fact of the matter is they have played a lot of things this year that didn't sound good. But because I'm not a Jew or because I have a critical opinion of some of the things that they do, I'm a hater. I can admit, man, like that power, it's loud. It's exciting. It's in your face. I like it. Cool. But then when you not playing power or you're not playing with them rap daddies and you get them playing and you hear them out of tune woodwinds, the same way that we can love on Southern when they're playing them rap songs, we should also be able to be critical of them when they're playing out of tune on a ballad that should be in tune. That's what a ballad is all about.
Bro. I think, listen, I'm gonna just agree with you. He says the groups, bro. You can't Southern do everything perfect. They don't do everything.
Nobody does. Yeah.
But saying that here is acceptable because you can say that and we can validate that notion, right? But when you bring it to the attention of, or if you're in a mixed room or if you're in a room, filled with Southern people, I mean,
let me tell you how that works, Jeremiah. I'm gonna just go off of you because this is how you get shot. Okay, Jeremiah, everything you just said, I agree with. You know what I'm saying? Who you march for?
I went to Hampton.
Exactly. So can Hampton touch Southern on any given day?
But see, that's the problem. That is the problem. That's the problem, bro.
Listen, I'm giving you an example of how.
Let me respond. Let me respond.
I'm just giving you an example about how they're gonna shoot you down. You know what I'm saying?
But see, the thing is this. First and foremost, Rick could tell you, you know what I'm saying? I'm confident in myself. I believe in me. What my level of musicianship does not have anything to do with Hampton. I went to Duke Ellington. I went to a school of the arts in high school. So regardless of whatever we can say, you know what I'm saying, we can let the music do the talking. You know what I'm saying?
Now we putting the I in team in the me and band.
No. That's not what we know. What you just said was, because I went to Hampton, and anything that I try to provide as far as, you know, critiquing is concerned, then it's not going to be respected. But my level of opinion is not coming from Hampton. That's where I was educated at. I was educated in music. I was indoctrinated in music well before I stepped on campus at Hampton University. So
you just ask for the respect of people in a room full of bad heads. That's
right.
I'm only telling you how the conversation will go.
It's poison, or it's a toxic environment, because the thing about it is, we should be able, whether you agree or disagree. I have conversations all the time. You know, all the time. I don't have to agree with everything that you say. However, I don't have to belittle you as a person. You know what I'm saying? You know, just because I don't agree on whatever is being said. It's respect. A lot of people think Hampton sucks.
I disagree. Justin, I feel you though, bro.
Listen, all I'm telling you, everybody listen, you can put on two of the worst bands in America. You can put on two not interesting bands. See, I'm gonna understand the level that they at. That's fucking Fort Valley and Tuskegee. You know what I'm saying? I know I ain't about to get no rule. You know what I'm saying? That's not but I'm gonna see where they at, and I'm gonna judge them from that. Everybody ain't about to be rational to tell you that they sound good. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to have some damn good bands in the past, but when you trying to get the respect of somebody who don't even like, you know what I'm saying, when it comes down to two programs, bro, I can ask the same question of Rick. You know what I'm saying? You running from the question. I went to Juilliard or wherever you went to, you know what I'm saying? I know you're a musician, you probably can outplay everybody in Southern Band. But when it comes down time to talk about the organization, Rick, could Norfolk stand toe to toe with Southern in their years? What how confident is it?
Absolutely.
Exactly. So and that's what somebody who's fussing in a group of people.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but basically what you're saying is you can have the right opinion. The fact of the matter is people aren't going to hear you if they don't respect the band that you were a part of. I get it. No, I 100% agree.
Now let me ask you this. So what if somebody from Southern came in and said, you know, hey, look, you know, I don't think that what we've been doing over the past years, you know what I'm saying, I don't think this is to the best quality or caliber. Now what can you say? I mean, I
haven't been in the band group then, because it's a lot of jukes that feel as though like this band isn't up to par with the bands in the past. Like,
I just don't understand, because my thing is, you know, being a musician, it takes away from who I am. When I say that, you know, like me, for an example, when I was at Hampton, I used to look forward to going over to Norfolk State just to see what I can learn from those brothers.
But I'm gonna say this, Jeremiah, because there's two things that I think is happening right now, and this is no disrespect to you, Jeremiah, because I marched in the MEAC, you know what I'm saying? But you have to understand the relationship that we have in the MEAC is a lot different than what it is in the SWAC.
I agree.
It is a no holds bars, kill or be killed kind of mentality as it relates to.
Put your link in there, bro. Kari wants to jump on your.
Stop. Hold on, real talk. What's your name?
Jeremiah.
At the top. Real talk. Your talk.
Oh, Luke.
Don't act like that mentality in the MEAC is, though.
But here's the thing about the MEAC mentality. Like, when we get across the field from one another, like there is, especially when we were at Norfolk, there is a kill or be killed attitude. But there is also a different there's also a different way that we respect each other. Because like I'm gonna be honest with you, dog, and I don't mind saying this. When we marched, I don't think anybody could touch us at that time. I don't think anybody.
What year was that?
02, 03, 04, 02 through 09.
01. Oh my God. 09. Don't say y'all wasn't touching 09. Oh my God. 09 Norfolk?
You went to Norfolk.
01 to 09.
Yeah.
09 Norfolk is the best band Norfolk State ever had.
But my point is, though, my point that I'm trying to make is, like, I don't think anybody it was going to see is I don't care where you were from, SWAC or MEAC, but at the end of the day, if Jeremiah comes to me and he's from Hampton, I'm going to still listen to what he has to say, whether it's positive or negative. And I'm not going to say, well, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm not going to listen to you because, you know, you went to Hampton. Like, but
I don't
y'all.
know, Julia. I don't know.
Yeah,
bro.
no. Think about it. Think about it, bro. Like,
if somebody
think about it.
if somebody from
We were arrogant, but we still were able to have conversations with other people and hear what they were going to have to say.
If somebody from
Now,
Hampton
did
told
we
you
agree? No.
If somebody told us we suck, we would have been on their ass, dog. You go to
Yes.
Like,
No, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is we were at least open.
Or something. Or
We were at least open.
Yeah.
No, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. I didn't say that we were going to allow them to say, hey, man, we got y'all. No, that's not the conversation. But what I am saying is we would at least hear them. We would at least have the conversation. Y'all not even having the conversation. With the SWAC, they're not even trying to have that conversation.
You sitting up here really telling me if somebody from VSU said anything about Norfolk, you're going to listen to what he had to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And then we're gonna make them feel like an idiot.
I'm gonna listen to you. I'm also gonna tell you you're wrong. But I am gonna listen to you. I'm gonna give you that courtesy. I'm gonna give you that courtesy of at least opening the dialogue. And the SWAC.
Can you turn your microphone down there? You just talking all over everybody. We trying to get in.
Well, I'm sorry. I got the good mic. Y'all talking on y'all computer daddies. Hey, I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit you with the Kevin Samuels. You ain't gonna overtalk me. You ain't gonna overtalk me.
Y'all was listening to that moment of the day, man. I was just
This man Jeremiah been trying to get a comment in for about 5 minutes.
If I could
be like, what? But goddamn.
One thing I just want to say one thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, first off, my wife is a product of Virginia State University. That's first off. Second off,
trash.
Here's the thing about that. Now I know Virginia State as a band program is not that bad. They have had quality years. You know what I'm saying? And they produce some great musicians over at Virginia State. Now let me just also say as well too. That shit that Julian talking as far as saying that if somebody from Hampton come over here and he gonna listen to the dialogue, that's what we call a bunch of bullshit.
That's exactly what that is.
No, I disagree.
Let me finish.
I disagree, but go ahead.
Let me finish. And because of that, that's why I don't even engage in the conversation, even when I was in school. Because my thing is that everybody is going to have, you know, what we call that foolish pride for their respective band programs. You know what I'm saying? It's not a lot of people where you can get into a conversation and it's going to be progressive to say, okay, let's really break this down. Me and Rick have been through it. We was driving to Indiana for Leadership Institute and we had a real conversation. That's because it has nothing to do with what school I went to. It's about what can I learn from the situation. That's
that conversation also wasn't about marching band though, right? Like Jeremiah, we were talking about theory. I got to give you your props too. That's the most impressive driving I have ever seen in my life. Yo, this man Jeremiah drove from Indiana to Virginia. I am not lying. He made it from Indiana to Virginia in 5 hours.
Hey,
5 hours. Me and Jeremiah talked for 5 hours straight. Everybody else was in the back seat sleep. Me and Jeremiah was up there talking. We made it from Indiana to Virginia in 5 hours, y'all. This man was driving 100.
But let me
100 the whole way.
But I want to just say, you know what I'm saying? I think a lot of times because we feel like we have to have some type of, you know, pride or dignity to the point to where it turns into foolishness, where somebody comes and say, hey, look, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, this is what you guys are doing. I mean, and I know that's not going to happen in a black culture type band. I know that. I mean, you know, I've taught there, went to school there. You know what I'm saying? When I was at Morehouse, I taught at Morehouse for 2 years. Fresh out of here, I was 25. And I tried, you couldn't get them guys to change anything. They were already indoctrinated. And that's one of the reasons why I stepped down, because it's like, well, if we are not going to move forward, you know, progressively as people, then the musicianship part is already dead.
But I think Justin, and allow me to speak for you, bro. I think the part that Justin is saying is on top
You
of
look
the
hella
fact,
unimpressed, Justin.
right. But on top of the fact that I agree with Justin. If a poo
Justin, like, man, y'all done marched to some trash schools, so I don't even want to hear
If a
it.
dude
Like,
from
It
a
ain't even
poo
that,
bag
like-
came to me talking trash, Justin, I agree with you.
That's what I'm saying. And my thing is like, and I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like Rick is like, what saves you? Like you're dizzy. Like you know what, Rick? I mark my word. Before next time you get in the band group and you talk track about somebody, especially about something, just state that you're dizzy and watch how much more respect.
so that's all we got to do is get respect to just say that we are dizzy.
And
Let me
bounce it back to some band and say, Jeremiah, watch this. Some band, right? I don't care where you're from. I don't care where you at. You see me in the All-Star band? I want all y'all. You play trumpet, Rick, I definitely need you. And when y'all play tuba, you play well. We don't really care for y'all, but we need you too. And Jeremiah.
Unless you allow that clarinet
player
player like that dude from Memphis.
Exactly. In this summer band, I don't care what school you went to. When we put this sheet of music on this paper, then you start to get exposed. Or you go to Sunday, you got the S on, but you can't read this. And it's summer band. You know what I'm saying? So we respect musicians.
And see that I feel like, you know what I'm saying, as an educator, as a musician, as an enthusiast of music and all that other stuff, I feel like that's what's important. Rick and I have had this conversation so many times. I had the opportunity of meeting Julian before as well too. My cousin went to Norfolk State before I even got there. My brothers went to Hampton. You know what I'm saying? We all took up music. Julian Ramon Caldwell is my cousin. I think he was an MD. I think like
for real?
Yeah, that's my cousin.
Oh, dope.
So my thing is that the goal is to learn from each other, man. You know, oftentimes, you know, we call somebody trash. Now I'll tell you right now, Norfolk State used to hand us our ass when we used to do Battle of the Bay. And I was like, yo, we have got to do something different because I'm tired of just getting our ass handed to. But see, the thing, every time, and I'm not gonna hold you up. I ain't gonna hold you up. But see, here's the difference. The difference is that, you know, you're getting exposed because of your work and your practice.
Jeremiah, I don't want to cut you off, bro. I'm gonna let you finish, but that ain't the reason why people usually give y'all pushback. The reason why people give y'all pushback is because the way you're able to admit that y'all used to take that work. It's a lot of people in Hampton's band that be like, dog, we got Norfolk this year, dog.
Yeah, they would say they crushed us every year. But
let me say this. Let me say this too. You see how you all can say that you all at least know that those people had that conversation? That's because y'all had the conversation with them freely before you actually went back to them and said, yeah, but we smashed you. So stop lying. So you did have the conversation. Like I said, we were open to have the conversation. Going back on that though, let me just go ahead and finish. Let me go ahead and finish. That's absolutely true. There are people not only in Hampton's band, but Virginia State's band, Morgan's band, and especially in the MEAC, who will just refuse to believe that they actually got that ass handed.
Right.
That's just the reality, man. I had a person in Hampton's band who completely stopped talking to me because I was like, "Dog, your band is trash." Like, like so, and this person stopped talking to me literally for about 4 or 5 years, dog. Like,
yeah, we used to get into it with the Soros over there, man.
She was a Soror. She was a Soror.
Cause see, my thing is that, like I said before, you know what I'm saying? I tell people all the time, you know what I'm saying? I love the experience I got at Hampton. That don't mean that you gotta lie, and that don't mean that you gotta be delusional either. You know what I'm saying? Right. If you, it's okay to get your ass handed to because you can now say, okay, dog, like I'm not trying to get my ass handed to no more. You know what I'm saying? you can't improve on something if you don't admit that you need improvement.
True.
I mean, I mean, you know, and like I said, I only have a relationship with Rick, and Rick have seen, you know what I'm saying, you know, where I have come from since we left Hampton. It's because of accountability. Nigga, whether you want to say you got your ass handed to or not, the footage is there. You were there. You were there, and you were there in real time. You understand?
I have a question,
sir.
I have a question. You openly saying that Hampton used to hang y'all ass, correct? And I just want to ask you: do you think if Hampton, Norfolk used to hang your ass? Do you think if y'all were the same size as Norfolk band, all the years you played,
it don't have nothing to do with that.
I'm asking. What was the reason they had your ass?
Because we suffer from delusion. That's one thing, and then it was a lack of individual accountability. You know what I'm saying? Like the emphasis was put on the wrong things. You know what I'm saying? And you asked me, how do I know? Because I would go over to Norfolk State and gig with the Family Alfred brothers. So and I used to gig with them all the time. I played set. You know what I'm saying? And niggas, you know, bros from my chapter, you know what I'm saying, you know, used to get mad at that. So you obviously can see right there. I used to go over there and Dr. Zachary ain't played no shit. Nigga, if we have rehearsal for this concert at 10 o'clock on Saturday morning in the band room, your ass better be there. I don't care where you coming from. You know what I'm saying? It's a level. You understand what I'm saying? And when you don't rise to that level or when the directors, because the band is only a reflection of the direction that is going in. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? You put your focus on what you want to put your focus on. And that's all I'm saying. It don't matter. We could have had 1 or 1,000 members. If the focus and the attention is not on musicianship, you know what I'm saying, to a certain degree. If we're not going over, you know, these warm-ups, if we are not talking about entrances and exits and when somebody is flat, you correct them right then and there. It becomes a pattern. You understand what I'm saying?
But what Justin is saying is, well, no, Justin, I don't want to speak for you. What Jeremiah is saying, I think Jeremiah and I are very consistent in what we hold to be important. And I think that was your argument from the beginning, is that while all of those things are important, there are other things that we also hold important. That's what I took from your conversation, Justin. It's not, everything you're saying is right, Rick, but there's other things. Me personally, Justin, I'm just being honest with you, bro, because we being honest with one another. I don't like New Orleans brass band. You know, I have an appreciation for it because that's our people and our music. You know what I'm saying? And then y'all's culture being from New Orleans. But me, like Mario said, my ear has changed, man. So when I hear like bad tones and people playing loud, like over bombastic with the sound, it's hard for me to be able to appreciate it. But I can sit there and groove with you and have a good time just like that because we a bunch of black people enjoying our company.
And that's also been accepted in the culture as well too. And that's another thing, you know what I'm saying, that a lot of people like when I hear these brass bands and I mean not but mass bands and stuff of that nature. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like with me being a percussionist and stuff, and I went to Morehouse. They took pride in busting drum heads, and I couldn't figure that shit out to save my life. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like where are your? I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny. You know what I'm saying? It's just like where does your, you know, like if you want to look at a situation right now, you got to look at the root of it. You have to look at the lineage of it. You know what I'm saying? It's just some band programs that's never going to be a pinnacle band program.
Hey, Jeremiah, do me a favor. You got to click Cam Mic, the little screw in the middle, and turn on, go to audio and turn on the echo cancellation.
Okay, got
it. Let me say this. I got an echo.
Yeah, you got to do this.
What it is?
Click the screw in the middle and then go to audio and turn on echo. Make sure it's checked.
I mean, I knew it was over. My first battle would have been in 05 when Norfolk State marched in the way that they did. I knew that shit was a wrap right then and there. That don't mean I ain't gonna perform. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, yo, once that shit was over, hey, we gotta talk about this. This can't be every year. Like,
what did we do in 05? I don't remember that.
I'm not. It was good. I'll tell you that. I remember y'all played. I Have Nothing by Whitney Houston. I was tight. You understand me? I was tight about y'all played and Love Goes On. I was pissed. You understand what I'm saying? I was tight about that. I wanted to go sit in the stands with the and spectate. I was so damn tight about that. But the thing about it is that if you not gonna say once you got that ass whooping handle, you know what I'm saying? That's like you leaving set. You got your ass whooped all night and you just, we did good tonight. Nah.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
Well, I do.
You had to turn on the echo on your mic too.
So, but you get what I'm saying though. If you're not able to say You know what I'm saying? Like we need to go back to the drawing boards, and we might need to
It's you,
incorporate.
Dustin.
We might need to incorporate, some new things like some corrals. You know what I'm saying? Or we might need to expose our kids in the off season to some different type of literature. You know what I'm saying? Like those kind of things. But see, when you start talking about that, ain't nobody trying to hear that.
And let me
But that's
think.
go ahead, Justin.
I'm echoing.
Yeah.
oh, what? Not on my end.
Hit the screw in the middle, bro.
I hit the screw and I hit audio.
And then you see
Echo.
cancellation. Make sure it's checked.
Yeah, it's
There you
checked.
go.
Oh damn! I don't want echo.
And that damn these
Let me.
these three
I'm
words.
gonna get out of the.
These three words by Nathan Hamer at the damn Battle of the Bands in Queen City. That was the greatest thing I ever heard
Yeah,
in my life.
me and Rick talked about that for a while.
And I was there. You know what I'm saying? Like I was there. And now I'll never go to Southern. You know what I'm saying? But I could appreciate that. You know
But
what I'm saying?
the thing about these three words, it was in tune. You could actually hear pitch straight up and down. Yeah, it was impressive and all that, but it also sounded good. That's
Yeah.
my complaint.
Hey, yo, fellas, I'm out of here, man.
All right, bro.
Okay.
I'll drop.
We'd have messed up the hand.
And so, that I mean, it should never get to the point where all three, well, you and Julian went to Norfolk State. We should be able to sit here and have a conversation, a progressive conversation about, the right and wrong things without people getting in their feelings about stuff. And see, that's the thing. People just don't know how to have self-accountability. And if you're indoctrinated to it, if you're breeding into it by crossing your section and this, that, and the third, then depending on what school you at, you understand what I'm saying? That's one thing. Then the accountability is just not there.
Rick, let me oh man. Hey. I want to say this about the song, man. Is that echoing?
Yeah, it's there. Rick, you muted.
Jeremiah, mute your microphone, bro. Let's see which one is it.
It's still echoing?
Yeah, it's
I'm
Jeremiah.
It's
No, Jeremiah. It's you, bro.
All right, cool. Look, this is about this song, man. Okay, Rick, I like the fact that you don't like brass band, summer band. Let me tell you some things about it, bro. I can see from Smash Time point of view, and from y'all all been directed before. Like, I don't know if y'all know it, and it's coming from the SWAC personnel. Marching band dying. It is. You know what I'm saying? I wish your boy he would have stayed on because he's a high school band director. And one thing I kind of vowed to myself as Smash Time production, and when I do my high school battle of the bands and when I do my dance team battles of stand and third, if I can keep a horn in a kid hand, you know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm doing my job. I had a talk with some band directors. I won't say their names, but it's about to become a time, or even in the SWAC, to whereas y'all gonna have to start teaching kids the stuff that they're supposed to get in high school. I hate to say it that way because, like, I know you probably gave somebody a scholarship that really couldn't play, but you need numbers in your band. That's one thing I like about Miguel Barnes. Granted, 90% of his band come from New Orleans, but we just come from a town where we don't really have teachers. So the passion and just the fact that if I can recruit 300 or 400 kids and people in the summer to play in a band and a college can't, there's something wrong about that. You know what I'm saying? I feel like some of these colleges, they take, but they don't give to them high schools. You know what I'm saying? They don't. I feel like every college should bring a pep band, play in local high school and play, or to the next 2 cities over and play. You know what I'm saying? I get it. We do a lot of things wrong in some bands. Hangover, it's bad intonation, but some of our bands will bust some of these bands ass. We would in college bands. They would, you know what I'm saying? Yep. And just how you say, let me talk about this Georgia situation. I seen y'all talk about Georgia. How y'all say every high school band in Georgia mimics Bethune and FAMU, but Graham mimics Jackson State. You know what I'm saying? All that's telling me is that Georgia, y'all need to wake up and realize this is not what them kids want to do. So with the Cab, we used to have 300 people in the band. Reading used to have 300 people in the band. But now y'all can't get those numbers because that is boring. No knock to FAMU Bethune, but when Fam died, George died. I hate to say it that way. He did. You know what I'm saying? And
That's 100% true, bro.
all the kids are not
Well,
going to
it actually died before then because when Morris Brown went down,
but it's
that's
still,
when.
yeah, it still was alive. So since Morris Brown, it plays a big part. But at the same time, like the kids don't want to play that Fam or Bethune style. They still gonna get their numbers. You know what I'm saying? But it's times is changing. But I go in some band. We're gonna do everything that you can't do in your high school, in your college band, and we're gonna have fun with it. Now we know it creates bad habits, but I'd rather have a kid on his horn all summer doing bad things and keeping his chops up and send them back to my band directors and making them teach high school band directors.
Let me just say why not? Because see, you know that it's actually a double negation because when you think about it, you know what I'm saying, from the education standpoint, and with me running Music Greeks Incorporated, right? So I have this conversation all the time with a multitude of people, right? And the thing about it is that why I feel like it's a lack of accountability. And I've seen my brother's a high school band director. I taught on the collegiate, high school, middle school level before, and I got out of it because of those things. Like we are not permitted to hold these kids accountable to be premier or proficient musicians. And so if that is the case, then what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? So when we get to the collegiate level, a lot of band directors are just ready to go. Because if you already at this level, then obviously you are ready for this level of music. And if you're not, then you know what I'm saying, you just hold the horn and it's the best of both worlds. You know what I'm saying? As far as the director is concerned. But I also feel like we are doing the kids a disservice from the elementary level. They're removing music, you know what I'm saying, out of every program until it gets up to high school.
I'll do you one better. When I was in high school, Jeremiah. When I was in high school, when I was in high school, they started taking the music programs out of high school. You know, out of high school and middle school. My middle school band, I never marched in a band that was under 160 people. Never. So you mean to tell me I'm coming from New Orleans? You think I'm about to go march for Timbuktu University with 20 people in their band? I want to go to what's big and what I know of. You know what I'm saying? And also, I don't think we teach more in these summer band. Rick, I would invite you to New Orleans All-Star Band practice. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be fun as hell to see you up in the faces you're gonna be making, but to see the culture and the passion in some of these.
But Justin, I'm sorry to cut you off, bro. I respect the hell out of anything black and music related. That's me, bro. Like that's who I am. But I can also, this is as clear as I can say it. I respect the hell out. I love New Orleans. New Orleans is one of my favorite cities on earth. I've been there many times, bro. Next time I come, I'm gonna make sure I hit you up because I know you're gonna, like, show me a good time, bro. But
yes, sir.
I love my people and I love what we do, and I love jazz culture and New Orleans culture, man. Like my thesis and my doctorate it's partly about jazz. So that is super important to me, but I can love something and also want it to be better and be critical of it. And I think that's the part as black people we have to get comfortable doing again. Our grandparents and our parents, like you listen to Norfolk State 1988. That's like one of those years that a lot of the old heads like put up here. Like that band was killing. You listen to Southern from the 80s. You listen to any of these bands from the 80s. And the quality was closer then than what it is now. So then what happens, like you said, man, a couple of these bands died or a couple of these bands fell off while Southern and some others remain consistent. Tennessee State remain consistent. But if we're not able to identify what the issues are and address them in a constructive way other than saying you a hater, or you don't know what you're talking about when I'm absolutely right with what my critique is, then how can we expect any band to get better? Norfolk, I love my band. Do I love everything that Norfolk does? No. But I know that Miss Sanders and Miss Bethea are giving those kids the best education possible, you know, and in spite of all the things that they deal with. So everything you said, bro, makes perfect sense to me. I just think that we have to be able to be critical to move these bands from here, which is a high level, to here. Like we talking about.
I wanna say something real quick because Justin, you said something I know I brought up as a topic on the show, but I also feel that way to some regard. You said that marching band is dying.
It is. I'm telling you,
And
from somebody who
knowing
high school game on Friday, college game on Saturday, and visiting schools throughout the week. I'm telling you from a
yeah,
city.
I know. And that's what I'm saying. Like I know that you do a lot of traveling, and I know that you see a lot of programs and you're in it a lot. As an educator, and from the middle school to the high school sector, I then agree with Jeremiah where there is that lack of accountability is really starting to show its head, especially in our schools, the schools where most of the kids look like us. And that's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people, but it's a harsh reality. The last high school I just came from, that's what they wanted me to do with those kids. They wanted me to more or less go towards the idea of what you're saying, Justin, is do the thing that makes the kids have fun and let them have fun and gravitate to the thing that they want to do. And that's all cool and that's great, but there is a standard of musicianship and learning that they also have to get to, that those kids then don't want to take accountability for.
You should know how to do both though. As a teacher,
But you can teach good fundamentals and have fun at this.
No, no,
Like,
no, no, no,
you're
no,
not
no, no.
always
You're missing what I'm saying, because I'm not saying that you can't teach good fundamentals, and you already know that, Rick. You know I know that. But what I'm saying is, especially as a Texas director, you know what the standard is as it relates to Texas. So
man.
yes, I can teach those same fundamentals during the marching season, yeah, and my kids got it. But when it came down for us to do UIL, they didn't. A lot of those kids don't want to do that. They don't want to sit down and do that concert band. And even and I had to come up with different ways to allow them to gravitate to it. But a lot of them just still don't want to do it because all they want to do is do this thing that's quote unquote fun for them. So I'm not saying that you can't teach those things, but I am saying that when a lot of times when we're teaching them about the quote unquote things they want to do to have fun, that is also showing them that they don't have to do the other aspects of it that make it that also help to build musicianship and character and sound and quality and all that kind of stuff. There are different aspects of musicianship that they don't want to get because we are saying, hey, let these kids have fun in this way. Now, I don't know what happens in Louisiana, Georgia, Mississippi, Florida, blah, 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 blah. But I do know in Texas, there is a standard that we have to meet. And my expectation as a teacher is those kids are going to meet that standard. But I also will say that they will, if this is the route we're going, that's also a lot of pushback that we get from those kids. That's all I'm saying.
Texas bullshit. Texas, I hear the same thing from a lot of high school band directors and whatever band directors on so many levels about the stuff that y'all got to do in Texas. And Brian Simmons, my honorary line, but the kicking side, I've been knowing Brian forever in the year. We graduated high school together, actually. Like just that they don't really care for what we do as black people. We gotta have like that. Y'all got to do that meet that what is a state board, and y'all gotta go to these competitions and things of that nature. And it depends on how much funding y'all school get. They're killing modern day band. I think it's gonna come down to band directors in Texas to come down and rally together to get something going in Texas because they're hurting y'all. I want to go back to, bro, like my high school band director, Mr. Will Morales, greatest band director ever in the world. He put it to us like this: we couldn't go on no trips if we didn't do concert band. We can't get our Letterman jacket if we don't do concert band. You know what I'm saying? It's ways to put in this music, this fun like Beyond, song like Beyond cranks. But you hear that beginning? Let's break it down. Let's break it down. That in parts. I hate when band directors, not saying they're throwing no shade to you. I hate when a lot of band directors use that cop out that if it's not cranking, the kids don't want. You can get a kid involved. It's called involvement. That's why these big bands are playing these big bands. Like you start to hear FAMU crank a little bit. When they came to Southern Stadium this year, they made everybody do this. What? That's the FAMU I'm talking about. We knew they was going to adapt to stand this way, but they ain't like fully cranking. But they playing a hell of a lot louder than they normally ever been. So I'm just saying you have to adapt in these ways, bro. You got social media taking these kids' attention away from band, bro. There's a lot of things that's taking kids' their attention away from band. If I could do what I'm doing, just come to say we're part of this Smash Time to get these kids involved and to keep them involved. I just hold all band directors accountable. I'm not gonna tell you your band sad in front of you, but I'm gonna say I shouldn't be able to come here with no music degree at all, but just everything that I know from high school and a little bit I know in college and be able to get your attention, is be able to get your band involved more than you can.
So let me ask you this, Justin, man. This real talk, bro. With the exception of volume, right? You so what was your band director's name?
Wilbur Rollins.
Wilbur Rollins. Man, you don't know Wilbur Rollins?
Oh, yeah. Whole Gritty City, New Orleans.
Yeah, man. That documentary is pretty dope too. That documentary is dope.
The whole,
Oh, you are?
the whole Gritty City, you heard me?
That's what he said in the movie. But the with the exception of volume, like cranking volume, whatever we want to call it, with the exception of that, in your opinion, what matters musically?
With the exception of volume.
And I'm not talking about entertainment. I'm not talking about presence. None of that. With the taking volume out of the equation, as a person that was bred in the swag, was in the
I've been using my whole life, but even before the swag.
Other than volume, does anything matter musically?
Yes. So I'm gonna say tone and the arrangement. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because we joke about it with Southern. We watched it happen. I'm gonna bring it home. Southern used to be, since we talk about Southern used to be the loudest band. You know what I'm saying? Rule, kick your butt loud. Wow, we never heard it before. But then other bands start getting loud as Southern. You know what I'm saying? Then they started to move the needle a little bit. You know what I'm saying? They start talking about our arrangements, the pen. They have some of the coldest writers out there. You know what I'm saying? Not it ain't about loudness no more. We're gonna talk about the pen. So
but that's different too, right? Like I'm talking about like music fundamentals. Like,
okay, I'm gonna say tone because if you can't put that air through that, I'm a fan of last notes. You know what I'm saying? The notes that you skip over to get to the loud part. You know what I'm saying? Like those notes are important. I heard y'all say earlier when y'all was at PV, y'all used to tell the kids certain things and they wouldn't agree with y'all at first, but when the song played, they get it. I'm gonna say tone and arrangement, but tone is I think the most important because you don't have tone, you don't have nothing. I can look at you and say, huh?
Well, let me just say, Rick, in order to fully answer that question that you asked, you know what I'm saying, we have to be educated in the field of music. And the reason why that question is because the question that you asked is very subjective. You know what I'm saying? So if a lot of people hear what I'm saying, no, it is. It very much, because I can only answer that question from the level of which I've learned so far before you ask me the question. If I don't know enough in music education to properly answer that question, when you said something about tone and when you said fundamentals, that is the main word in that whole question. Okay, well, what does fundamentals mean to you? Okay, what kind of fundamentals did you have? Because my fundamentals is not your fundamentals. See, that's the difference between a premier band and a mediocre band. The lack of education when it comes to fundamentals.
Question, Jeremy, what happens when a band like they got Yams outplays a band with all these fundamentals? I know this.
Well, I mean, in all honesty, I ain't never seen it happen. I mean, just, because like I said, you know what I'm saying, like prime, and this is why it's going to be that question is going to be answered based off of the knowledge that person has. Okay, because a person is you can't answer something that you don't know. So I've never seen. I mean, the question that you asked, I've never seen a Talladega-like band, and I'm not hating on nobody. You know what I'm saying? That's first and foremost. I've never seen a Talladega band outplay a Norfolk State band. It's not going to happen. You're never going to see that.
Have you ever seen them in the same arena multiple times, though? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you won't see. That's what we be sugarcoating and hiding it too. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have my own college battle band one day. It's gonna happen.
Didn't Talladega outplay Jackson this year?
Man, listen, and that was and listen, I'm not gonna say they outplayed them, but it's the same thing I said with Southern in 14. It should have never got that close. It should have never got that close. And we in New Orleans, we say two things. We have a nigga ear and we have a musician ear. You know what I'm saying? What are we doing today? We see Southern versus Norfolk, or we gonna put both ears on. When Southern win them, we want that nigga ear. When Norfolk play one of them at them, they gotta play it back. We know, damn, Norfolk got y'all right there. When you dealing with two dogs and two pit bulls out here in the street, Jeremy, I don't want to hear that. I won't give me the rule. Or you ain't got that in the street. Same thing. If that's the case, you know what I'm saying? In 14, Talladega out ruled fucking Southern. And that's not talk about what Talladega did to marching band by making everybody get euphonious. That's a whole other story for another day. And we've just been honest and giving their kudos. But us in New Orleans, we know who Miguel Bonds is. We know his high school band was 100-something plus. We know he's a master recruiter. So Talladega was no mistake to us. It was to the world how big and how consistently big they don't get. Yet all these fundamentally bands y'all have can't get 50 people. Stop playing.
But Justin, please feel me on this, bro. I have to push back on that. The biggest HBCU band is Bethune-Cookman. And Bethune-Cookman consistently puts 400 people on the field. And Bethune-Cookman is one of these bands that plays in the style of a Norfolk State or whatever. That's the first part. The second part is I love what you just said. When I'm playing this type of band, I'm going to be that dog. When I'm playing this type of band, I'm going to have both my ears on. My thing is there's no difference between the two. We established that because if you step in any other arena, if you go listen to the Blue Devils drum and bugle, have you ever heard the Blue Devils? Like,
yes, I'm a fan of the Blue Devils, man. Come on, yeah, bro.
You've heard them in person?
Oh, no, I haven't heard them in person.
Yeah, bro.
It's a whole different type of experience.
Bruh.
That around you, bro. It's a different type of sound. So,
and you can incorporate that Blue Devils sound to an HBCU culture.
I'll give you one better. And to kudos to Norfolk. You want to know what we say over here in the Soy White Norfolk? And what we can't figure out? How in the hell y'all keep that damn sound facing forward? How? You know what I'm saying? On the field. You know what I'm saying? If you ask me what I like about Norfolk, you can. Oh, nah, what's the best band?
Well, it's because
it's finish. In the SWAC, over here in the SWAC, you know, we Southern give it to you, go down the field, whip turn, the sound is going, it go, yeah, come on, yeah. But Norfolk, on the other hand, that motherfucker consistently smacking you in the face the whole time. You know what I'm saying? But that's somebody from the SWAC who I understand music. I understand, like, damn, the motherfucker. Granted, I don't agree with the side step and the bull crap. I'm an 8-to-5 guy. I needed action. But I can hear consistently this motherfucker coming forward and saying, I don't know what Honda show that was that y'all did. And that motherfucker is great.
07.
07.
Oh my God. The sound is just coming. It never changes. I'm like, damn, how the hell are you doing that? And then they're moving, but the sound is still coming away. So I feel what you're saying, bro. I'm gonna say
to answer that question before you move on. How they were able to establish it is because their education prowess goes outside of the HBCU realm. Their band directors and the amount of education that they have outside of the HBCU halls and walls. That's just simply what it ain't nothing new. All it is just going outside of your comfort zone. That's all that it is. And then you take what you've learned and then you turn it into what you want to turn it into pertaining to your band program or your music department. It's they ain't reinvent nothing. The only thing they did was
and they did. What I'm also saying is, bro, is that I just think sometimes basically what you're saying is like, you know, we invented all this shit if we talk about our people, music as a whole. Let's understand that. Right. But white people they just took it and ran with it and called it the professional way or like the correct way. You know what I'm saying? Right. I just feel like, you know, it's all of this is gonna become subjective because you have a damn good point, Rick, because I always say that. But don't kick my baby one of the boarders band, but they got one of the biggest bands every damn year. Right. Same thing like Grambling. Name me a small Grambling. I can't tell you too many, you know what I'm saying, when they don't have like a decent sized band, but bro, this will always be your word versus my word, right, who you much for versus why I much for. Because we can talk all that stuff about no fucking hurting over there. You know what I'm saying? They're not.
You're right. You're right, bro.
Yeah.
What's the problem with the rest of the bands over there that's doing the same thing that Norfolk doing? Why they can't get numbers?
The same issue that's happening in the SWAC, right? So
every SWAC band is huge.
Right. Southern University, Jackson, and Prairie View. The reason why PV got bigger was because when we got there, we said, you know what? In addition to going to the schools that we normally go to, we're going to go to those core style schools and those schools off the beaten path that other people aren't going to. And we're going to get 10 students from here, 8 from there, 7 from here. And that turned into that 400 people in that Prairie View had. When I first got to Prairie View, we had 120 people.
Y'all was smart as hell.
we took our band photo inside the band room. The whole band fit in the band room, and still had 3/4 of the band room left.
And we went the short way. We tried to make it look big, but Norfolk State and the bands you were talking about, Norfolk State holds that same prominence in the MEAC that Southern holds in the SWAC. Everybody looks at Norfolk State as being the cream of the crop in the MEAC, especially now that Bethune and FAM are going.
I disagree too.
You crazy as hell. I mean, it ain't no point of disagreeing. There's no look, and you're
another big dog. You not about to listen. I hate to say it. We give NCAP more respect than we give fucking Norfolk now. You know why? Tell me why. They're the closest thing to what we do. You know what I'm saying? That's why I love to see an NCAP versus Norfolk.
I will say
NCAP is trashed in the stands. What are we talking about?
At the same time,
and they do what Norfolk does on the field. What are we talking about here?
I'm just telling you what we down here. NCAP. I don't. If you ask, let's do a poll right now, roughing the swing. Who you want to see? NCAP versus Southern, Norfolk versus Southern? Why NCAP gonna blow it out the water because they do what we do.
Every year.
We know it, but at the same time, they are the entertainment factor. You know what else that goes back to? Rick was complaining about 3 or 4 episodes ago, the media team. You know what I'm saying? Which I commend Jones about. You know what I'm saying? Why Norfolk got they definitely coming. They're doing their damn thing this year. But yeah, I think that now the dog on that side of the water. So we ain't gonna keep saying me. That side is to me the dog you gotta see over there.
As a SWAC dude, answer me this. So. What do y'all say every year prior to this current year? Every year in the Celebration Bowl, once the 5th quarter happens, it's like, well, what are they doing? And it was always A&T every year in the Celebration Bowl, and they bring nothing to the 5th quarter because they are trash in the stands. And then this is who y'all want to see.
It's gonna be the same. No, but who they playing the Celebration Bowl? Stop playing. They're playing Jackson Alcorn. Stop playing.
I mean, it was Alcorn for the last 2 years.
Exactly. They never see the Kings, and the same thing would happen if they battle Norfolk. Now, I'm not saying it's not to knock. I'm talking about on an interest level. You know what I'm saying? Like numbers. I do numbers. You know what I'm saying? I know for sure what I can post. Like I use the example, but I put a video of Norfolk standing still at attention, 25 racks. I post a video of them playing in the ghetto. 9 racks. You know what I'm saying? Why is that? You know what I'm saying? It's just a matter of what people want to see. God damn, they like Army. Because as a little boy, let me tell you, you know, the first person I heard talk about Norfolk for real, Robin. Robin is one of the only people here in New Orleans that went to Norfolk in the last one of the few, maybe 10.
I'm about to say that's not true. There's actually a lot of people who went to Norfolk from New Orleans.
Okay.
Robin is my rookie sister, bro.
Like, name me one from 2010. Or name me 5 from 2010 and now.
Well, I don't know about 2010.
No, but before then,
like even our rookie year,
Robin
in the band that year, it was Robin and Rodney Snow. He played mellophone.
And then Paul Likes, Sterling,
Jazz.
Yeah, year was.
I was in elementary school. Stop playing. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying
hey, Rick, ain't Sterling from New Orleans?
Yeah, that's what I just said. Robin, Paul Likes, Sterling, Renee, Jasmine, like that. It's a whole bunch of people.
That's all I'm saying is,
but I think what he's saying is Robin was the one that pretty much started
that went back and was actually bigging up Norfolk. I can feel that.
And to tell us that you know about Norfolk, I'm like, what the hell is a damn Norfolk? But we hear about NCAT because we see them more. Norfolk, that's the reason why I went to the small band this year. I'm like, bro, like I always hear about them and I see this on these clips, but I need to see that. You know what I'm saying? But they're not getting it. You know, what, 12? That's still what? There's one compared to the big city we got. All I'm saying to say that is that we don't hear or we don't see much of Norfolk. It's still a myth to some people. We know they're good from your years.
They got,
You're right.
they got a lot of people from Detroit though.
But I agree with you, bro. Like, because even Robin to tell you, our rookie brother Rodney Snow, he marched 1 year at Norfolk and transferred to Southern and marched at Southern. Robin was the only one that stuck around. We had guys from Detroit. Ken transferred from Norfolk and marched.
Ken, Ratonio.
Yeah, and marched at Southern. And,
Jared went to I just met Jared Davis. I think Jared from Detroit.
Yeah, he's from the D.
But Jared,
he didn't go to Southern. He marched to Norfolk.
It wasn't no way in hell Jared was leaving Norfolk to go to Southern.
Absolutely not.
That's
but
like,
I think too, because I definitely agree with you, Justin, on what you just said. But here's the other thing about you bringing up NCAT, because you bring up NCAT a lot, which I think is interesting. But the thing about NCAT, there's two things about NCAT. First of all, the old NCAT that we remember looked like a swag band. If you go back and look at old NCAT,
I remember when y'all was there, looked like a MEAG man.
The first
TV, listen, TV was small, NCAT was small. You know what's crazy? I think interesting that people don't talk about, because I just got a schooling on this when the whole Texas Southern thing came. Like, just some more respect for Norfolk. Why I had to go see what the hell is this. You don't talk about it, I'm going to see for myself. You know what I'm saying? Gray, Norfolk, all y'all, Norfolk create this big boom at PV. You know what I'm saying? It gets deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? Like shit. I know that this talking to Jones this weekend just put me on game about all these people that come from the damn MEAC and all the power that they had, and just all the what's the guy named Southern went to old guy Paul Adams. You know what I'm saying? Like, you think about it, like basically like we don't give credit to where that shit come from because they don't even know it enough. They just think these bands got big and good all of a sudden. No, I understand they have some, y'all are the root of that shit where it come from over there in the start of it, but at the same time it's like, why? I don't do all that. I would like to see the effect that y'all had on PV had the same effect on Norfolk, because right now NCAT is running the game when it comes to recruitment from that side of who we want to see. We see Norfolk, we scared them, we still think it's this. That's why this year when they walked in National Battle Bash, it was like, damn, that's Norfolk? Wow, complete silence. They played, that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
I think the thing that bothers me, and I'm gonna have to shut it down in a minute because I got to go to work. But I think the thing that bothers me is the fact that you're saying this, but we don't ever hear this stuff. Like, these conversations don't ever happen. It's we the Kings, and if we bring up Norfolk, it's like, but we the Kings though. It's not like, man, we got respect for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that's
you gotta swing that angle. Stop swinging that angle when Knighton went to South Carolina State. Now you swung it to the you swung it to the MEAC. Now you got to keep it in the MEAC. Let's talk about like what the effect or what that was. You know what I'm saying? So I feel you. You're not gonna hear it, but I think when you start addressing like Rick, you have the pass, the golden key. I'm a Disney. Now I gotta listen to what you gotta say.
I'm a Disney too, though. Me and Rick march together.
How many times you announce that? I hate to say you gotta announce it, but.
So here's my question, because bottom line, we can go back and forth, but the underlying question is this, and I feel like we didn't spend no time on it. What about the lack of morale and motivation on the grade levels when it comes to music? I mean that's pretty much it. I mean, here, in Atlanta, with Music Greeks, we try to do our part as much as we possibly can, to get into these high schools and middle schools and elementary schools, and that's where my concern is at, because regardless of wherever these kids go, they need to go with some damn fundamentals. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm concerned about. And in all honesty, that's why I stepped away from from teaching the way that I was, because it's just like, we can have this conversation and we can go back and forth, but at the end of the day, we've already obtained our degrees. You know what I'm saying? It's about these kids that's able to get on social media and look at these clips and automatically say that this is what they want to do, but what they actually want to do and what it takes for them to get there, the gap is this big, and they don't want to put in the time. They don't want to be accountable. You know what I'm saying? And then so it's a myriad of things that goes into that. But that's my question. That's the conversation that I want to have. You know what I'm saying? Because what about these kids?
I'm gonna say this. My hope with this new high school way, because that's like I made it. I go to myself to like keep doing what I'm doing, because keep the high school energy there and keep it exciting. But when Rick said earlier about how he used to give his kids scenarios, we don't have no tubas in the band. Give me a scenario. Kids they getting these degrees, but they're not even knowing how to teach. You got to know how to teach to get the fundamentals. You know what I'm saying? And like
That's true too.
and I'm thinking about it, bro. Like that shit was forced upon me. So I think I just wanted to be a good. I was stuck between football and wanting to be a damn band, but I learned everything by actually practicing myself. There's only so much you can give a student. They don't want to go back and do this self. Now we have social media. I hate to say you got to make this shit cool. If it ain't cool, a kid is not gonna pay attention nowadays. I hate to say that, but that's just my solution. If it's not cool, or you ain't giving them no incentives, and if colleges and high schools ain't coming down to these feeder programs, and the kids need to learn how to teach. Band directors, is band directors teaching kids how to y'all? Not speaking for Norfolk, but do y'all think a lot of these programs?
No, you can't even say that, bro, because Julian and I have many complaints about the music education that we receive. The reason why I am where I am, bro, is I had great mentors at Norfolk, but most importantly, I went and got what I needed by myself. I was gigging full time
because you wanted better.
Right.
That's
I
what
was
it was.
marching
You
drum
wanted
corps. Matter of fact, Dr. Sanford used to give me hell for marching drum corps, bro. Like call my dad to the school, like a whole big issue. So for me, it was like I feel like people like myself and Julian, we would have been great at what we do in spite of. But the one thing I respect that, that especially about New Orleans culture is it starts early. That's not happening over here, man. And I agree with you that we need to make it fun, but I also disagree because I think making it fun is the reason why bands are dying.
That's exactly what I was saying earlier.
Because
and I made that say I made that
fun.
Making it fun, it takes the level of accountability out. You know
I don't know
what I'm
if it takes the level of accountability out. I think it prepares the student for something that is not realistic in the world of music.
So Rick, let me ask you this. So if I say to you, you know what I'm saying, like with percussion, right? Everybody just say, oh, well, I can teach anybody how to bang on a drum, right? Mm-hmm. That's the most ignorant shit I've ever heard in my whole entire life. You know what I'm saying?
That's because people don't look at percussion as being a musical instrument.
And that's crazy because we have the most musical instruments out of all. That is preposterous to even say that.
We call drummers, we call them dumbers. You can give a monkey a pair of cymbals and crack them up. I get you saying
you can't give no monkey some playing four mallet marimba. You can't do that shit or glockenspiel.
At the same time, bro, like I could count on my hand. I don't do that. But how many marching bands are really asked to still writing drum parts of songs? Stop playing. Just to
speak to that.
I'm not saying it's not a problem. What I'm saying is, if you think what even the scholarships, who you think get more money that come into your school? A trumpet player or snare?
You asking me?
Yeah.
What you talking about? A Hampton?
Yeah, yes, Hampton especially.
Well, I mean, let me just say this. I got my goddamn money up front, and that's the end of that. So you know what I'm saying? I got my shit up front. So you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, but I also think that's a crutch as well too. And then see, that's a whole nother conversation because many different institutions is ran based off of for financial aid and scholarship. You know what I'm saying? So with a school like Talladega that don't have an athletic program, you know what I'm saying? Then you can open up the flood because I got a couple of kids from the school band that I was at here in Atlanta that went to Talladega. You know what I'm saying? And and I'll just say that. So with that being said, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't make it right. But kids are going to go where they know, I feel like in this day and age, they are going to go where they know it's easier. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not going to go to a Norfolk State and I don't know, you know what I'm saying, all 12 of my scales and I know what that, because when you hear music that's produced by Norfolk State, you know what the fuck it takes, even if you don't know what it takes.
If I'm a kid and I don't know all 12 of my scales right now, be free. I go audition for Norfolk State. I'm gonna get turned down?
No. And I'm gonna tell you right now.
Absolutely not.
Every student in the band does not know all
Does
12
not know
notes.
And my point is, let's stop playing. Let's stop playing like right back to what I said earlier. Rick, you said they making it fun is making band dying. I don't even think that's what it is. Like my thing for making it fun is it takes a village. You know what I'm saying? If we all in the damn village, y'all was PV band director, so I know y'all have college experience. Jeremiah, you was on a high school level. Should I even talk elementary school?
At the college level too, bro. Give me my flowers. Give me my
Yeah,
flowers.
you right. That little Morehouse shit, you can have it. But anyway,
Oh, hold on, goddammit. Hold on. No, we ain't gonna do that. No, we ain't gonna do that. No, hell no, because it took. Hey, Rick, I can't let him do that because Rick knows. No, it takes. Damn it, you got to have it now.
Bro, listen, you lost me when you said that they didn't want to adjust. They were stuck in their ways. And
I had a conversation with Rick. I swear to God, I promise you. I went there.
You got somebody who went from sticky situation.
Oh no! Whoa!
I don't know. Give me a point. I'll give you a second. What I'm saying is, it takes a damn village, bro. I can get the kids excited about music. I can't teach them nothing, Pat. I only know how to read trombone. I hate to say that, but if you put a trumpet in front of my face, I can tell you what the note is.
Well, I mean, it's nothing wrong with that, bro. Because you can,
village, bro. We gotta.
But you can save the world. You know what I'm saying? As a trombone player, there's nothing wrong with that because what you can do is other people who has that tutelage. You know what I'm saying? Who has that experience? You know what I'm saying? And that's what I do with Music Greeks, bro. I don't do it all myself. You know what I'm saying? The board of directors that we have has an amount of way more knowledge and years and experience than I do. You know what I'm saying? But I understand that just like you said, it takes a village.
Man, what it was when y'all had y'all award ceremony. I ain't win the award. I'm still salty, but anyway.
Hey, look, and let me just say this. Let me just say this because I had absolutely nothing to do with it, and I wanted to keep it that way because when shit hit the fan, Rick will tell you, oh that nigga Jeremiah ain't shit anyway. Oh, who Music Greek did music. So at the end of the day, man, I let me tell you, I have a huge respect for what you do. And I told you this before. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And I invited you to Atlanta. To the Music Greeks week.
I had my battle of band smash.
Hey, I ain't mad at that, but at the end of the day, what you are doing is you are paving the way for somebody because you don't know whose life you're saving by doing the things that you do, and I commend you for it. You know what I'm saying? Never let somebody tell you anything different. What you are doing is making a difference in your community, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters, man. And that's
I agree with you. I agree with you, Smash. Justin, I agree with you. But Jeremiah, y'all was taking them L's on a regular basis.
All right, man.
Look, I came. I know you got to wrap up, but I came up here for one thing. I came up here to troll because I still got this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I still got this.
Absolutely.
Battle of the Bay 2005. The one that you said that you was ruined. I still got my DVD.
Hey, burn that shit. Burn that shit. Burn that. Hey, that thing changed niggas' lives. We was on the bus back to Hampton that night. They say everybody be quiet.
Battle of the Bay 99 was close. After that, it was just a walk. And then as a fan, the only time we actually got that feeling back was the Morris Brown battle.
Well, let me ask you this, Jeremiah, before we go. This will be the last thing. When y'all was about to play us, y'all had a man. All right, this is an L, so we looking at next week.
But you know what? So real talk, and this is what really irritated me because we focused on the wrong things. We used to change the band room around to mimic the Echoes Arena. And I could never figure out for the life of me. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just something that, you know what I'm saying? It was just some things that we didn't prepare for. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and I think I heard one of you brothers say it earlier. You know what I'm saying? Everybody prepares for Southern. Oh, well, we got to prepare for Southern. That's the pinnacle. You know what I'm saying? Norfolk State don't prepare for nobody. They perform because the level of musicianship and accountability is already there. I don't give a fuck who coming. I don't care if it's Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Well,
We gonna do what we gonna do.
But that's part of it. The other part of it is we ain't do no stand rehearsal. So you was gonna get them same stand daddies every single game.
Every day.
And at the very least, you were going to win the football game.
I got a question. To sum this up, I know we got to go. Rick, I hear everything you don't complain about, you just have concerns about, like how you say, you know what I'm saying, we need to just up our standard of music and we need to like make sure we doing everything musically. You can still crank and you still can just make sure that shit in tune. Everything that you asking and expecting for bands to do, right? For instance, the band next year, like let's just say start doing it the next 3 years. Do you think that with all of these right things, if everybody on all cylinders, that more of these programs will grow and start to shine more than others?
I think what you are saying and what I'm saying looks like the vision I have for the band that I want when I graduate with this doctorate. I think that there has to be an equal melding of entertainment and excitement with quality.
Agreed.
And to me, that's what FAM proved with that Young and the Restless, is that you can be exciting, you can be entertaining.
That shit was beautiful.
You can also play beautiful. Exactly. So for me, I think FAM is doing that. I think Tennessee State is doing that. And Justin, I want you to do this to me once I get my own band, bro. Because over the next couple of years, I'm gonna be looking to get back, into teaching them. I want to get back to HBCU. So what I want you to do is I want you to hold me accountable and everybody on here. Hey, Rick, that wasn't in tune. Like that's what we need. We don't need somebody telling us how great we are. We know how great we are because as band directors, we know if our bands are good or not. They might not want to be a pretty little baby, but at the end of the day, bro, we have to be able to hold each other accountable to be able to improve the expectations and situations of our students. Because at the end of the day, we can teach them to rule all they want. When they graduate from our institutions, they're competing with UNT, University of LSU, Berkeley, all the best music schools in the country. And if we cut our students off from that higher level of musicianship, like Jeremiah was saying, at the end of the day, they won't be able to compete. And that's my biggest fear. I want our students to get a well-rounded music education, not a room music education. I mean, I like a room music education, but still, what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I want our black students, man, from New Orleans, from Mississippi, from Alabama, wherever, when they graduate from college, they know, okay, I had a great time in the Alabama A&M band. But let's pull this Percy Granger out and work on this folk style of playing so I can get ones at festival as well. So that's all I'm saying, bro. Like we have to prepare our students better for the real world.
Rick, what state do you want to teach in once you get your doctorate? Is that something of importance to you?
I'm looking to get anywhere, man, that I can create a program that wants to do something special. Like it has to. I want a band, y'all, that is not traditionally in the conversation as the best bands in the country. I want to do what Miguel Bonds did at Talladega. That's what I want.
We got a couple of directors changing over schools in Newport News, where I'm from. They switched from core style to show style, and it's actually paying off for a few of them.
Yeah, so that's my goal, Justin. That's my goal.
Well, if you ever come here to Georgia, I would love to be a part of that. But I think more of this is necessary. I'm saying, and I think we should, continue the conversation. It's definitely a great one. You know what I'm saying?
Well, y'all jump on the show next week, man. Hi, baby.
Y'all don't hear that wrap it up box? Like
yeah. I'm. You see, it's getting louder. It's getting louder.
Yeah.
I look forward to it, man. I'll be up here next week.
All right, man. Hey, I appreciate every single one of y'all, man. Y'all hold it down. We'll see all of y'all next week. All of y'all need to come back, though. Don't just be chilling and not showing up. All of y'all need to come back, man.
Hey, too, at Norfolk, when they turn the lights on in the club, that ain't the right music. He got to hit that gospel daddy.
Nah, I'm good.
We
All
lift
right,
our hands in the sanctuary.
we out.
We lift our hands to give you the glory. We lift our hands to give you the praise. And we will praise you for our prayers. Yeah.